Uh-oh. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for coming early. We have a long week and Saturday, and I thank you in advance for the work you're about to do, for the long hours and your dedication. This morning, the prayer will be offered by the delegate from Howard County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
On St. Patrick's Day, Lord, hear us pray. Guide this house as we work here today. When our debates catch a spark, keep our humor bright and our wit sharp. And may our votes bring the luck of the Irish to people along the way. Amen.
Amen. Quorum call. The
Madam
clerk will
Speaker.
call the roll. Anyone in the back? Give people a minute or so. Good morning. Loving the green. I forgot to wear it. I know. Has everyone recorded their presence? Thank you for this beautiful pin. I'm going to wear it. If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 116 members present, the House is now in session. The clerk will read the journal from the previous day.
Annapolis, Maryland, March the 1st, 2026.
Recognizing the Deputy Majority Leader.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
So much be considered the reading of the journal.
So order petitions, memorials, and other papers. I have my pin now. Thank you. So we have 3 resolutions. The first one will be offered by the wonderful lady from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
On behalf of the District 15 team, I am proud to recognize an extraordinary leader and a true gem of our state and the National Capital Region, Mr. Bob Buchanan. Bob's far-reaching impact is reflected in many high honors he has received over the years, including the Greater Washington Community Foundation's 2024 Philanthropist of the Year and the Lifetime Achievement Awards from the Urban Land Institute and most recently from the Washington Business Journal. Bob is a true servant leader. He is a Vietnam veteran who served in the Navy as a communications officer after graduating from Yale, a former Rockville City Council member, and a successful commercial developer who built many attractive communities across the DMV region. But most importantly, Bob is a visionary who understands how to build communities beyond brick and mortar. He has pushed other leaders in government, business, and nonprofits to do more and be more for their communities. From the arts to early childhood education to the environment to immigrant integration, Bob and his wife Sharon not only give generously to worthy causes, but also lend their business acumen to help nonprofits scale and build capacity. Bob was instrumental in raising funds for the restoration of the Scotland AME Zion Church, a historic black church that represented displaced communities in the heart of Potomac. Having known Bob and served with him in the community for many years, I can say unequivocally that no one has done more in either the public or private sector to drive change and elevate our leaders' thinking and our region's competitiveness than Bob Buchanan. We are better off as a state and a region because of his leadership and service. Please join me in thanking Bob for his many contributions.
Clerk, please read the full resolution.
Be it hereby known to all that the House of Delegates of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Robert Buchanan in recognition of your exceptional service and contributions to the Greater Washington region's economy, philanthropy, culture, and communities. The entire membership extends best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution to be presented on the 17th day of March 2026.
The next resolution will be offered by the delegate from Frederick, Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and
You're
good morning.
welcome. Good morning.
And happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone.
Yes.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
colleagues, distinguished guests from the Premier County of Tipperary. As the chair of the Maryland Irish Legislative Caucus and the chair of the Maryland Ireland Trade Commission, it is a profound honor to stand before you today as we welcome the delegation from County Tipperary, led by John Carroll. We don't just welcome you as distinguished dignitaries, we welcome you as family. The Irish diaspora has not just lived in Maryland, they built Maryland. From the laborers who carved our canals and built our railroads to the leaders who shape our laws. The spirit of resilience and community is woven into the very fabric of the Free State. Céad Míle Fáilte, 1,000 welcomes, 100,000 welcomes, and a happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. And if the Irish Caucus could join me on the podium.
Will the clerk please read the full resolution?
Be it hereby known to all that the House of Delegates of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to the visiting delegation of County Tipperary, Ireland, in recognition of Mayor John Carroll and County Tipperary's visiting delegation's sincere and continuing efforts to strengthen the friendship between our communities. The entire membership extends best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution to be presented on the 17th day of March 2026.
Congratulations. The third resolution will be offered by the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the pin.
I'd like to say it was from me, so I will. You're welcome. Maryland has huge school systems, and we have some of the largest ones in the country. And I'm proud to be from one county that has one of those. Baltimore County is among the very largest. And we have a superintendent that is really one of the most dedicated and committed people that I know to education. And here's why. She started off as a teacher in a school system. They're the best superintendents. And believe me, I taught for a long time, so I know when I see one come up that has been in the classroom and understands it, that they'll understand it when they're superintendent too. And Dr. Miriam Rogers is exactly that. Okay, she was a chemistry teacher, and that's close. Math would have been better, but I'll take chemistry in this particular case. She's wonderful. She is one of the most open and proud superintendents. She comes online with us or meets us in person 3 or 4 times a year to brag about what's going on, but to tell us about the progress and to honestly answer our questions. And you can't ask for more than that out of a superintendent who cares that much. And now she's won an award, and it's deserving, and you're going to hear what that award is, but I'm going to say it too. It's the 2026 Women in School Leadership Award, and it's given by the School Superintendents Association. So among her peers, she's been given this award, and I congratulate you, ma'am.
Come on. Such an honor. Very deserving. Will the clerk please read the resolution?
Be it hereby known to all that the Maryland General Assembly offers its sincerest congratulations to Dr. Miriam Rogers in recognition of your retirement as Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools. Your commitment to academic excellence and operational efficiency ensured that all students have the opportunity to reach their highest potential. The entire membership extends best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution to be presented on the 17th day of March 2026.
1 minute while we set up. I'm going to follow your lead. Message from the Senate, consent calendar number 16, Senate bills introduced in the House. The clerk will read the first bill and committee assignment.
Senate Bill 16, Senator Sidnor, Judiciary.
Recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So much be considered the reading of Senate Bill 16, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objection, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committees. Okay. We're going to take the first report. Report of the Committee on Government, Labor, and Elections. Report number 12. So you guys can look it up. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 435, Places of Public Accommodation, Open Movie Captioning, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 954, State Finance and Procurement Retention Proceeds, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. We're going on to the next committee. Is the report of the Committee on Health. Report number 12. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1087, Healthcare Facilities, Surgical Smoke Evacuation Systems, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1470, Medical Assistance Programs, Drug Dispensing, Cost of Dispensing, Survey and Fee for Service, Professional Dispensing Fee, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The next report is the report of the Committee on Ways and Means, and it will be report number 10. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 936, Montgomery County Public Schools, Local Food Procurement, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1110, Judicial in rem Tax Foreclosure Notice Requirements, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1554, Sales and Use Tax, Electricity for Agricultural Purposes, Study and Report, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The next report is the report of the Committee on Judiciary, report number 16. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 187, Criminal Procedure, Expungement, no finding, and case terminated without finding. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 324, Family Law, Child Support, Assignment of Rights. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 688, Intercepted Communications, Penalty. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 776, Juvenile Law, Child in Need of Supervision, Mandatory Petition, Michaela Strawder Memorial Act. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1152, Department of State Police, Special Police Orders, Study. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1320, Criminal Procedure, Victim Notification, Request at the Time of Charging. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1348, Human Trafficking, Reports to Regional Navigators and Prosecutions, Authorization. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. Report of the Rules Committee, report number 4. The report is a consent calendar. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1596.
Recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So much be considered the reading of House Bill 1596, be considered the reading for all the bills on the calendar.
Hearing no objection, all the bills are referred to the appropriate committees. The next report is the report of the Committee on Appropriations. If you're looking it up, it's report number 10, and the clerk will read the first bill.
It's right on top. Okay. House Bill 768, Department of Human Services, Benefits for Children in Custody, Alterations. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
There are 2 amendments. So much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
There are 2 amendments. The first amendment is technical. The second amendment delays the effective date of certain provisions and requires the Department of Human Services to establish and maintain a foster youth savings program subject to the availability of funds to assist youth in transitioning to independence. Move the amendments, Your Honor. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The question before the House is the adoption. It's okay. It's early. It's early. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 877, Institutions of Post-Secondary Education, Institutional Debt Report. In favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
The First Amendment is technical. The Second Amendment changes dates for reporting requirements and requires MHEC to develop and publish a data dictionary. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1292, Child Advocacy Centers, Continuity of Care Standards for Healthcare Professionals, and Reports of Violations. In favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So much we consider the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Thank you. There are
You're
two
welcome.
amendments to this bill. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 clarifies the requirements for the new standards and authorizes the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy for technical assistance grants. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1540, University of Maryland Capital Region Medical Center Funding, Repeal of Termination Date. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you. Amendment
You're
number
welcome.
1 is technical and adds co-sponsors. Amendment number 2 clarifies the history of the partnership between the state, Prince George's County, and the University of Maryland system. Move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The next report is the report of the Committee on Judiciary. Report number 17. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 310, Correctional Services, Restrictive Housing, Individuals with Developmental or Intellectual Disabilities. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader. Recognizing the chair of the committee. It's all right. Take your time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
The amendment moves so much be considered the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amendment number 1 adds sponsors and makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 requires an assessment for indicators of a developmental disability or an intellectual disability at admission to a state correctional facility instead of authorizing such an assessment. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 634, Police Training, Autism, and Dementia. Favor of the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
I apologize. Move so much be the reading of the amendments.
So order.
Amendment number 1 adds sponsors and makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 adds training regarding individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities to the bill's requirements. Move the amendments, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 750, criminal law, interference with access to or egress from a religious facility, prohibition. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker.
welcome.
Moves so much to be considered the reading of the
So
amendments.
order.
Amendment number 1 adds sponsors and makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 rewords the prohibition and locates it under the subtitle on disturbing the peace and disorderly conduct. Move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 752, criminal law, theft and fraud crimes, valuation and forgery of gift cards. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Move so much be the reading of the amendments. Madam
So
Speaker.
order.
Amendment number 1 adds sponsors. Amendment number 2 alters the determination of the value of a gift card. Move the amendment, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1005, Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Survivor Reporting Reform Act. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
So amendment number 1 adds sponsors. Amendment number 2 adds additional information that must be included in the form to be submitted by a child abuse reporter. Please move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1105, Statute of Limitation, Prosecution or Enforcement of Local Consumer Protection Codes. Favor the amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Be so much considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Amendment number 1 adds sponsors and makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 limits the application of the bill to civil suits. I move the amendments.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I remember this bill somewhat from last year. I'm really happy to see my friend from Baltimore City indicate in the committee amendments that they struck the criminal prohibition that was included in last year's bill. Would you be amenable to a special order until the appropriate time tomorrow for me to take a look at it and see if last year's conversation still applies or not?
Thank you. Yes, we have no objection.
Thank you. Move to special order until the appropriate time tomorrow's session, Madam Speaker.
1 second. So the question before the House is to special order House Bill 1105. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1105 has been special order until the appropriate time tomorrow. If you have any other questions or any amendments, will you be so kind and work with the floor leader? Thank you. The next report is going to be the report of the Committee on Appropriations. If you're looking it up, it's report number 9. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 718, Information Technology, State and Higher Education Email Requirements. Favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 900, Legislative Scholarship Programs, Eligibility and Use, Real Estate Appraisal Program, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 919, Maryland Higher Education Commission, Practical Applications of Real Estate Appraisal Grant Program, established, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 953, Revenue Stabilization Account, Transfer of Funds, State Disaster Recovery Fund, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the delegate from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just had a couple questions if the floor leader could yield.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Could you tell us what this bill does?
So the bill simply authorizes the governor, of course, is subject to approval from the Board of Public Works, to transfer funds from the rainy day fund to our state's disaster recovery fund.
Was there some sort of like impetus for this bill or some sort of event that triggered this?
There was last year. There was some serious flooding out in Western Maryland that certainly impacted a lot of Marylanders, communities, businesses, and the state had to respond, which I believe the governor did. He visited the affected areas along with cabinet secretaries, had committed funding towards disaster relief, and so this is just consistent with what the governor and folks had committed to last year.
Great, I'm glad he did that. It strikes me that a lot of times the federal government is the entity responsible for disaster relief, though. Did we ever request funds from the federal government?
Yeah. Maryland did. The jurisdictions did. They requested funds through FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, last year to respond to this. From what I understand is that FEMA denied those relief funds, and so Maryland, our governor, stepped up and provided those funds. And again, just making sure we're committed to that. We're making sure this bill gets passed.
Were there any? I'm a little surprised that they rejected the request. Were there any other comparable disasters in nearby states that were approved, or was this just a blanket denial of lots of different states?
So from what I understand is, and let's just be honest, I mean, the federal government was playing politics with emergency management funds, disaster relief. Delegate, as you alluded to, yes, there was a nearby state jurisdiction, West Virginia, that got funds from FEMA, while Maryland, I believe on 2 occasions, were denied relief funds, and particularly for the Western Maryland area.
Did we appeal? Did Maryland appeal the decision from FEMA?
We did, yes.
And what was the result of the appeal?
Well, it was still denied. Unfortunately, it was still denied. The funds weren't released, they weren't approved, and that's why we're here.
Will you tell us a little bit about the community out there in Western Maryland? I don't think I've been out there where the flooding happened. Is this like a wealthy suburban area that can self-insure against catastrophe, or what are the demographics out there?
Well, Delegate, as you know, I represent District 39 in Montgomery County. While I don't represent Western Maryland, it is a beautiful part of Maryland, and as I understand it, a lot of folks not only needed disaster relief funds that didn't show up from FEMA, but that these are jurisdictions and communities that aren't wealthy enclaves. These are folks, working class folks, who certainly needed help and relief, and FEMA didn't show up.
Okay, awesome. Appreciate you answering those questions. I'm glad that we're stepping up for those folks.
Thank you.
Recognizing the minority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Floor leader, rise for a question or two.
Good morning.
So, is there a federal representative that represents Western Maryland?
I believe
the Western Maryland, that is April Delaney.
Is she a conservative, or do you know what political party she's a member of?
You're asking me that. But next question, yes.
It sounds like Western Maryland maybe could use a different federal representative, but they gotta. But anyways, this is a great bill. I think it's a great, and I appreciate you answering the questions. Look forward to supporting this bill, and hopefully we can work on getting some new federal representation in Western Maryland. All right, thank you.
Okay. Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you. Will the floor leader yield?
Good morning.
I know that the minority leader showed up to testify on this, and he had some words about April Delaney's response. Do you recall those?
Yes, she certainly showed up, and it was certainly more substantial than what we saw from other members of our federal delegation, particularly Congressman Andy Harris, who, as I understand it, supposedly has the heir of the current occupant of the White House, and was fine with Maryland being denied on 2 occasions FEMA funding that it desperately needed.
But just to be clear, I mean, I think in his words, April Delaney did fight pretty hard for these funds at the federal level.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right then.
Madam Speaker.
You sure you want to get up? You don't want to let it go? Seriously? Southern Maryland? All right, recognizing Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just think it's important to mention that in the United States Congress now, there is a party that's not funding the Department of Homeland Security, and we are at war. The United States is at war. And if you want to see more disasters occur that FEMA is going to have to respond to, then you should probably fund the Department of Homeland Security, because we have Islamic terrorism that is running wild in the United States because of open borders. The United States is at war with Iran.
Excuse me, 1 minute.
Point of order.
1 minute. No, 1 second. Thank you. Let's stay with the bill, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's stay with the bill.
It's concerning State Disaster Recovery Fund, and we cannot actually respond properly to disasters.
Do you have any questions?
I'm just talking on the bill.
No. Questions or amendments? It's second reading. You can save it for third reading.
I'll be happy to save it for third reading.
Thank you.
But it's not going to change the facts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Fund Department of Homeland Security.
All right. Seeing no other question, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1075, Higher Education, Maryland Graduate.
All right, let's listen.
And
Thank you.
Professional Scholarship Program, eligible institutions, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1076, Higher Education Institutions, Over-the-Counter Contraception, Access and Reporting, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. The clerk will read the next bill, please.
House Bill 1490, Family Investment Program, Temporary Cash Assistance, Good Cause and Adequate Reason Exceptions, favorable.
The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 553127/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered, the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is technical in nature. It will allow the department to implement the bill as intended. It was proposed after the committee took its vote on Friday. We worked over the weekend to adopt it and got consent of all of the advocates. It is technical in nature. Please move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is order printed for third reading. Layover calendar, House Bill 1532. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1532, continuing the Next Generation Energy Act. Committee, favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the chair of the committee who laid the bill and committee amendment over.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spent a lot of time this weekend with the floor leader, and my questions have been answered.
The question before the House is the adoption of the committee amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the floor leader, committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an additional amendment at the desk, amendment number 513928/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment makes some technical corrections to the bill, including how the 20% community solar limitation applies, and corrects a typo.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Cecil County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 813424-1.
Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
It should come as no shock to you that I'll be leading the negative charge on this very important bill. We've seen some quotes in the headlines, and frankly, I have to agree with my colleagues from
Hold on.
across.
You have to read the number of the amendment.
I did.
They didn't. Can you do it again?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
813424-1.
Give us 1 second, please. Yep. Thank you so much for your patience.
My pleasure. It's a rather thick amendment.
Will you be so kind and give us a copy of it?
Okay, yeah, sure. Bring it right up now.
Thank you very much. Look at this. You have an
there's a
assistant
lot-
from
lot-
Frederick.
lot to read
How
there.
kind.
Appreciate this bipartisan effort.
I know.
I appreciate appreciate my colleague working in parallel with me on this one. Okay, so this issue is near.
Give us a second. Let us. We have to scan it.
Okay.
Now we have it up. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Go ahead now.
Excellent. Most excellent.
We will not interrupt you. I promise.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. That's all right. This issue is near and dear to me, and it deals with, for the folks listening at home, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, otherwise known as RGGI, R-G-G-I. If you remember, some of you were in this body back in 2018 when we passed a bill, actually passed the Senate bill, that basically forced the governor to stay within the parameters of RGGI and did not give them the ability to withdraw. And what this bill seeks to do is repeal that and to make it so that we can't re-enroll in the future. Why is that important? Well, these times are a-changing. The reason RGGI is so successful in reducing greenhouse gas is for a multitude of reasons, but it's largely because over the last 25, 30 years, we as a country have been using less electricity. And in combined with using less electricity, we've also been shuttering coal-fired plants. And generally speaking, if the electricity was continued to be needed, we would be replacing them with natural gas-fired plants, which emit a tremendous less amount of emissions. And that's why if you look at our trends, greenhouse gases, the largest industrial country in the world, have been going down year after year, along again with usage. But here we are at this juncture, and now we're using more electricity because of the AI boom and all the computers and servers and warehouses that need to be powered, and we find ourselves in a different posture, and all of a sudden our bills are going up. Now, the problem with RGGI is it says that you can bring new generation online. However, if it's fossil, you have to pay a significant amount of money via an auction to offset those environmental impacts. Now, what are our neighbors doing about this? Because they're consuming more electricity as well. They want to lower their rates. They're withdrawing from RGGI. Pennsylvania, our neighbor to the north, a Democrat governor, withdrew from RGGI. To our south, a Republican governor withdrew from RGGI, although that's still being litigated in the courts. They are temporarily on hold and have exited the agreement. Now, I said this is near and dear to me. In Cecil County, we have the Wildcat facility. It is state-of-the-art. It's cogen. It's actually been expanded. And it's right next to the Conowingo Dam, which I believe is, its current is in Tier 2. We are producing electricity in Cecil County, and we're distributing it throughout the state. Wildcat would like to expand. They would like to bring on another turbine cycle and generate electricity, but they can't. And the reason they can't is because it is cost prohibitive. We actually met with them last year, and they said the cost offset to bring another mod onto that plant would be in excess of $2 billion. There's no way that they can pass that on to the customer and have a reduction in rate. So, as I stated earlier, we've shuttered our coal plants. We've not replaced them with cleaner burning natural gas, and now we find ourselves at this juncture. We need more generation facilities in Maryland, and I think I have some colleagues that want to back me up on this, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to them before I move the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Anne Arundel.
Do you want to go? I'm going to yield to the floor leader first.
Great. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I rise to respectfully ask the body to resist this amendment. I think, as the maker of the amendment said, we're going to have quite the conversation about RGGI this morning. So I just want to lay the groundwork for that conversation. I think firstly it's
important. Hold on one second. You have to move the amendment.
Yeah, I was going to allow for some more debate, but I do move the amendment. Thank you.
All right.
Great.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I ask the body to resist the amendment. But look, I think it's important for us to remember what RGGI is. And RGGI is a multi-state collaborative of 10 states right now, soon to be 11, that has helped lower greenhouse gas emissions by nearly 50% across those states. And that's not the only benefit. There are other benefits as well. Public health, right? It has helped decrease asthma rates, prenatal births, and a variety of other factors. But I think the most important thing for us to consider with this bill, and I'm very excited that this bill is going to lower rates for all Marylanders, is what RGGI does as it relates to rates. And I'd like to reference some studies that I found. So firstly, I have a study from the Acadia Center, which was an independent review, third program review of the RGGI program itself. And they found that the RGGI program led to a decline in retail electricity prices of 3.2% compared to a 7.7% increase in prices for the rest of the country. More than just that, though, the U.S. Energy Information Administration found that RGGI participation has coincided with reduced costs for customers, with average residential and commercial bills in RGGI states declining faster than the rest of the U.S. But more than just that, though, and I'm grateful that this was actually a bill that was introduced this session, House Bill 66, the sponsor of that bill, in his testimony, referenced an additional study that was done by the Berkeley National Labs and the Brattle Group, and that study was used to suggest that energy rates in RGGI states has increased. However, if you go to page 42 of that study, the 2025 edition, page 42 of that study literally says carbon cap and trade programs have not been a major driver of recent retail price increases. So that's what the literature says. And you may wonder why that's true. And that's true because the RGGI proceeds themselves that are paid by the generation facilities go directly into increasing energy efficiency. What does that mean? That means we have less demand for energy across the state. But more than just that, though, what this amendment would do is it would limit our ability to support our most vulnerable community members, because half of the RGGI proceeds that our state receives go directly to our lowest income Marylanders. I don't know about you, but I was one of those Marylanders, and I want to be able to go home and say that I'm standing up for our most vulnerable. So I know we're going to have a long conversation today about this, but with that, Madam Speaker, I ask the body to resist the amendment. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I stand to support this amendment for a couple of reasons. Number one, I believe it's my bill. Number two, I have studied RGGI for several years, and I gotta tell you that it is very complex, and I do ask the body to listen to me as I explain what RGGI is, because not everybody understands. I don't understand it. If I get repetitive or redundant, then I apologize. But let me just explain what it is. In short, really, what RGGI is the government trying to control the weather with other people's electricity bill. That doesn't really reduce emissions. It just asks it to change zip codes. What do I mean by that? Let me tell you how the process works. So we have power plants in the state of Maryland that are producing electricity. The ones that produce it with coal and oil and a little bit of natural gas, they pay an extra fee or an extra tax. Most of it is paid through coal producing plants, to the tune of about $355 million this year. That money is then sent to this magical place up in New York called the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative headquarters. They take a little bit off the top. The cost is then sent onto the ratepayer's bill. Once they take it off the top in New York, they send it back to the states that produced it. In our case, that's the Maryland Energy Administration. What do they do with it? Well, they hand it out to their favorite advocates and other local schools and to other local government. It's the only program I know of that we take the money, send it on a field trip, and have it come back so that we can do a climate leader press release. Well, let's talk about some of the people that get that money. You know, the governor quipped this year that, why do we do reports? Nobody reads them. Well, you know what? I do. So this comes directly from the Maryland Energy Administration. Over the last 5 years, here's some of the people that have gotten the money. Salisbury Solar has gotten $19 million. The Building Change has gotten $13 million. Anne Arundel County Schools has gotten $10 million. Since my good friend from Anne Arundel County is a Florida leader, maybe he wants to look this up. And I know we paid $1 million for an electric school bus that, as of the last that I checked, we still don't have. This is like $60 million that was given out to some of these nonprofits and these other groups. Look up Sustain Our Future. This is a nonprofit that started in 2024 that we gave $2.4 million to. Still has not filed a single financial regulation disclosure. Not a single one, but we gave them $2.4 million. Look it up on your Google machines. Tell me what you think about that website. Tell me if somebody other than a third grader made that website. So what then happens going forward? And this is where it gets really interesting. This is from the League of Conservation Voters. You're going to have to forgive me while I grab my glasses, but this is from their latest newsletter that was sent to me. It says, and I don't want to get them wrong, here's a safeguard the SEEF for a better Maryland. And what I need you to understand is RGGI funds are SEEF funds. RGGI equals Strategic Energy Investment Funds. There's other things that play into it, but the majority of it is RGGI funds. Safeguard the SEEF for a better Maryland. Facing a budget shortfall, the Maryland General Assembly redirected more than $300 million from SEEF to balance the general fund budget in 2025 and expect to do it again this year. We cannot allow this to happen. And then, from the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, although climate-related allocations for SEEF have more than doubled in recent years, going from $148 million in 2024 to $365 million in 2026, advocates have said repeated raids risk undermining Maryland climate goals. Here's another report I read. In June of 2025, there was $1.07 billion in those SEEF funds. Now, from our good friend David Romans, this year's budget, allocating about $333 million to budget relief and $392 to enhancements. After these actions, the CEF balance of will be $164 million. That's almost $800 million that I was told was essential to save the planet is now essential to balance the budget. Now look, I love the water. I love clean air. I love fishing. I don't hunt, but I can shoot a shotgun without closing my left eye. I am not a card-carrying Sierra Club member. But I got to tell you, I'm even mad about this. All the environmentalists that have been saying we need RGGI so that we can save the planet, well, guess what? The governor just stole your money. So, what else has happened because of RGGI? Well, we've shut 8 power plants down, equaling 6,000 megawatts, all coal. Since the year I got elected, we've shut down 5 and lost 3,200 megawatts of energy. So you know what that is? That's over 2 million homes. So that means we've shut down, since I've been elected, 5 power plants, enough to power every single home in the state every day, 365 days a year. We tried to close down Brandon Shores, but the federal government, PJM, had to step in and say, listen, if you shut that down, we're going to have rolling blackouts and even higher electricity prices. So it must stay open. Now, Talon, being the smart hedge fund managers they are, they said, well, guess what? We got you. So you were going to sign an RMR with us to pay us $15 million every single month. And guess who pays that? Our ratepayers pay that. So now where are we? Now we have to import 40% of our energy from states like Pennsylvania, who by the grace of God was smart enough to say, we are not going into the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, so we are happy to take their energy. So are we really eliminating emissions? Nope. We just moved our smokestacks to Pennsylvania and asked them to plug in the extension cord. But as the floor leader just suggested, well, good news is that's going to mean that prices are going to be lower. Well, this is from the EIA. RGGI states pay 23.4 cents a kilowatt. Non-RGGI states pay 14.48. RGGI states pay 62% higher than non-RGGI states. Now, I know somebody's going to say, well, that's not true in Maryland. But here's the latest report that Maryland is the highest utility rate state in the country. Now, this does include water and sewer, but when you look at electricity, we're definitely in the top 5. And then I'm sure somebody's going to stand up and say, well, we didn't force them to go out of business. Governments love to say we didn't force them to go out of business, but he made it impossible to stay open. So that's where we are right now. And they say, well, coal's not economical anymore. Well, here's the truth. Our greatest adversary, China, has 1,200 coal plants operating right now. They are building 250 to 300 more. I know people like to talk about their wind and solar, but you know who's really generating their economy? Coal. And in the Port of Baltimore, we export 28 million tons of coal a year, paying this state close to $20 million a year. So somebody's using it. So all we're doing is exporting our emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't care. RGGI is a grift, and it's a horrible one. If you want to really help low-income people, let them keep their money. before you put a no up here against this amendment, I want you to go home and explain to your constituents paying these skyrocketing electricity bills. Are you okay with it? So that we can say we reduced emissions. But I got to tell you, emissions don't stop at the state line and check in at the Welcome Center. All we did was move them. This is a horrible program, and it is bankrupting people so that we can tap ourselves on the back and say we reduced emissions, and not a single person can honestly say we did anything to reduce emissions. And once again, I'm going to stand here the rest of my life and say CO2 is a gift from God. The increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has done nothing but feed billions of more people and doubled our life expectancy in the last 100 years. And for us to remain in this program is a terrible, terrible mistake, and anybody that fully understands it would say the exact same thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the
Madam
amendment.
Speaker.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Explain my vote.
Explaining your vote, recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to support my friend's amendment here because let's call what RGGI really is a green slush fund to be rated by politicians. Money from the CEF funding has been transferred to the state budget the last 2 years. Now we're being told by the floor leader that RGGI actually lowers the cost of your electric bill. I can't think of anything more ridiculous. In this bill, there's supposedly $100 million of rebates coming back to consumers. Well, that's coming out of CEF. What funds CEF? RGGI. States that are in RGGI, as my friend from Anne Arundel County said, have a 62% higher utility bill, and that's a Cato study that was produced the last 6 years. The interesting thing is Virginia is now planning to rejoin RGGI, and you can readily find in the news that it's going to add about $50 to your monthly bill. Now, these are hidden fees that Maryland consumers are used to paying. But think about that, $50 when this bill is supposed to give you a whopping $12.50 back. Taking money from CEF, which is funded by RGGI, let's face it, it doesn't lower anyone's bills, it raises them. We want to lower consumers' bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to explain my vote, just want to make a few quick points. I heard that we import 40% of our electricity. We've been doing that since the 90s before I was born. I heard that we, as a General Assembly, are closing down power plants. I don't know where the button is to press on this desk to do that, but we are not doing that. It's the economics of things like, yes, natural gas that are closing down coal-fired power plants. You referenced the CEF, right? I want to remind the body that the CEF is comprised of ACPs and RGGI funds, and the RGGI funds do go towards ensuring that our most vulnerable Marylanders can cover their electricity costs, like me and so many of our constituents. So with that, and I'd just like to thank the gentleman from Southern Maryland for bringing up and reminding us that Virginia is rejoining RGGI. And last session, when this amendment came up on the Next Generation Energy Act, that was a huge point as to why we should withdraw. Now Virginia is making the necessary decision to rejoin because they see the benefits, and I urge the body to vote red on this amendment. Thank you.
Recognizing the lady from Montgomery.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my vote, in addition to all of the brilliant things that my colleague just went over, I just want to add that there's multiple studies that show that RGGI states actually have lower electricity rates, specifically on the distribution side, because they take the revenue from RGGI and they use it to invest in things that avoid the need for efficiency and other things that avoid the need to increase spending on distribution. But the second thing that those studies find is that RGGI states actually have significantly lower respiratory diseases and significantly lower other diseases that are caused by air pollution. And so those states not only find savings on their electric bills, but they find significant savings on their health care bills because of the cleaner air and the cleaner water that comes from the policies that are driven by Reggie. So pleased to be voting red and appreciate the opportunity to explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was mentioned just recently that since the 1990s, Maryland hasn't generated enough energy. And if I recall correctly, this state has been under one-party control for 100 years. So I think it's pretty obvious that this has been a long-time problem that hasn't been addressed. As far as Reggie, we can talk about all of the acronyms you want. ACP, RGGI, MOUSC. There's only one thing that Marylanders care about, and that's lowering costs. And I would also...
Delegate, have you voted?
I have now.
You cannot explain your vote without voting.
I have now.
Okay.
Thank you. I also would like to say this, Madam Speaker. We also have a situation where Pennsylvania, by the urging of the Freedom Caucus in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Maryland, Pennsylvania has withdrawn from Reggie. And why have they done so? Because Governor Josh Shapiro, after pressure from the Freedom Caucus, realized that it would save ratepayers money. Everybody knows this is a tax. Everybody does. It's a tax directly on your bill. You can't see it. I mean, we try to do tax transparency. We might talk about that later. But the fact of the matter is, it's a tax, and it's a massive tax on people's bills. So try as you may to discuss why it's saving people money, no one believes it. All they have to do is look at their bill. Their bill tells them the truth. Their eyes don't lie. For all those reasons, I'm voting against this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't anticipate to stand, but I had to respond. The idea that Reggie reduces cost might be one of the biggest lies I've ever heard, and I want to speak to that briefly. Here was
Madam
what...
Speaker, he's accusing a member of lying on the floor. You're
Can
accusing a member of lying? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
Yes, and may I for a second, I'm going to say it again. Thank you. I do not want to hear that again on the floor, okay? And I know I have addressed this before. So no one gets up and says that someone is lying, all right?
Thank you.
Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
Madam
very
Speaker.
much.
I don't believe that to be true, and I'd like to explain why.
Thank you.
Power plants, what the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative requires is that power plants must buy carbon allowances, and those costs are added to the electricity bids. The highest cost plant sets the market price, and that market price sets the clearing for all plants. Those costs are passed on to consumers, and which subsequently causes some plants to retire earlier because they are penalized for their carbon emissions. So not only does the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative via some distorted underlying market mechanism require our biggest plants to close prematurely, it actually drives up the costs of the bid of all energy. And that is one of the biggest contributors to the increase in energy costs that we're seeing across this state. So that's why I'm a yes today.
The clerk would take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
I have
welcome.
an amendment at the desk. Amendment numbers 303024.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
This amendment is simple in its purpose. It adds nuclear to Tier 1 energy source. This amendment helps to bring technologies in the nuclear industry, including and especially pertaining to small modular reactors, onto the Maryland grid. This amendment does not remove any oversight by this body or any other local jurisdiction insofar as siting, licensing, environmental standards, and operational oversight is concerned. This amendment is narrowly tailored, a second step in laying the foundation for Maryland to meet its energy needs while also helping to meet our greenhouse gas reduction initiatives and targets. This amendment speaks specifically to small modular reactors and fourth generation reactors. By placing these technologies in Tier 1, We will help streamline the process of adding baseload stable power to our Maryland grid, and also allow companies who are willing to make an investment in our Maryland grid to utilize the vital nuclear renewable energy credit, the NREC legislation we passed last year. I'm pleased to offer this amendment today in response to Governor Moore's public comments about our need to include nuclear in our portfolio of energy generation. I move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor, signify.
Madam Speaker?
I'm sorry. Recognizing
No,
the
it's my fault.
delegate. I forgot the delegate from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good day, sir. How are you?
Good day. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, my friend.
Do you know what today is?
St. Patrick's Day?
It's my birthday, so.
Oh, is it?
Happy birthday. Yes.
So just keep that in mind.
Come on, we could do
Good
better than
delegate.
that. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, the good delegate's a friend, so keep that in mind.
I will. So, Delegate, thank you very much for the amendment. And you know what? Thank you very much for the amendment early so we can work on it. We had a very similar amendment in committee, and we resisted then, and I would ask that we resist now for the following reasons. Look, last year we made it very clear that nuclear is on the table for Maryland. Like, everything is on the table. You know that. Everybody knows that. So we did a couple of things. One, we created the Zero Emission Credit Program, the ZEC program, to help incentivize and send market signals that we're serious about nuclear in the state of Maryland, which I think is it's very important to send those signals. And one of the reasons that it's very important to send those signals is because nuclear on other generation policies or plants, it's really like a 9 or 12 year ramp. It's a long ramp. Nuclear also requires a significant amount of financial subsidies and help from the federal government because it's very expensive, as you know. And I'm sure, because I think you and I have actually had this conversation. In Georgia, they were like 2.5 times over budget. So there are a lot of concerns with moving forward with nuclear that we need to get a hold of. And I think that the ZEC program that we've established and federal help and subsidies is extraordinarily important. So I think those things just alone. And then the last thing that I would say, and I've worked on this for a while, I hope the body can understand that. If we moved nuclear to Tier 1 RECs, it would wreck the RECs.
You're supposed to laugh. No.
It would completely decimate the, our Tier 1 program. And the reason I say that is because Calvert Cliffs would like pretty much gobble everything up, and that would pretty much leave nothing left for solar and all of our others. So for those reasons, I would say thank you very much, and I would ask the body to resist the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. It's good to see you this morning. I hear and appreciate the comments by the Floor Leader, but I will remind this body that this amendment is narrowly tailored and leaves in place all oversight at the state and local levels. This amendment is offered as a small and genuine first step based on Governor Moore's comments about the need for the inclusion of nuclear into our portfolio, but also keeping in mind that this legislative body had the foresight to allow the construction, operation of a nuclear facility that has been generating stable baseload power for almost 50 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote?
Speaker, to explain my vote.
In explaining your vote, recognizing the delegate from Hartford County. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
You're welcome.
So I think this is a really great amendment, and I'm going to share with you why. We have had PJM come down here a few times, and I had the great opportunity when I was up in Pennsylvania to ask them directly, what's going on with our queue, and can you tell me, how do you do rating for each type of energy? And I actually asked them, and the good gentleman, the floor leader from Montgomery County, mentioned that if we did this, if we passed this, it would gobble up all of the credits. So all of it would go to nuclear, and then wind and solar would not really be functional options anymore. Guess what? That's the best possible thing we could do because they are the worst rated forms of energy in the nation. They are the highest cost. They are the least productive. They are a horrible, horrible investment for the state of Maryland. Nuclear is the only reasonable renewable energy we should even consider. So this amendment is exactly what you want to do. It is exactly what the state of Maryland needs. You are not prioritizing functional options. You are really prioritizing rainbow dust and unicorn dreams. They're not real. They don't work. They're clogging our queue, and they're killing the middle class. You are making people pay mortgages for their energy today, and if this bill doesn't fix it, you will definitely feel it during the elections.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 96 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk 303926/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Welcome to this morning's nuclear portion of the program. I will try very hard to always refer to it as nuclear rather than one of my favorite presidents, George W. Bush's phrase of nuclear. But, I may screw that up, and here's how I'm going to eliminate me having to say nuclear too many more times. This amendment deals with small modular reactors. We're just going to call them SMRs. Let's assume they're nuclear, so you make me stop saying it over and over again. Small modular reactors are the future of clean energy, many people believe, in this country. They have 10%, or they provide 10% roughly of the power of a standard-sized nuclear plant like our Calvert Cliffs facility, without which we could not succeed and feed our grid and live the lives we live here in Maryland. Without Calvert Cliffs, we should be very thankful that our forefathers chose to allow that to be sited there and have continued to invest in it, because without it, the lights are going to go off in Maryland. The heat is not going to come on in the wintertime, and your costs are going to go through the roof. But small modular reactors, 10% of the power, about 1% of the space. They don't require all of the resources, all of the land utilization, all of the water that a normal scaled traditional plant requires. What this amendment does, it's just a planning amendment. It's not a construction mandate to do anything with advanced nuclear energy and small modular reactors, but it establishes an advanced nuclear energy facility development program within the Maryland Energy Administration. Doesn't order the construction of a reactor, doesn't appropriate any particular amounts of money to it, or bypass existing federal or state permitting regulation. It creates a state-level vehicle for technical assistance, site evaluation, because we have to get in our heads. There has to be the appropriate place for additional energy in Maryland. NIMBYs don't like it anywhere. My county, your county, everybody's county, there's always someone who says, that sounds great, not in my backyard. But if we want to have an energy program and provide for the needs of our citizens for the next 50 years, we have to put them somewhere. And this program would help with site evaluation, public-private partnership coordination, and pursuing federal funds, because the feds want to be invested in this technology. Small modular reactors are designed for exactly the kind of step-by-step development that we need and we need to start planning for. They offer lower initial capital investment, scalability, and siting flexibility. Again, put them where they should go, not just haphazardly. I think most importantly, why we should do this amendment, why we should get more serious about small modular reactors. Because our competitors are doing it. Who are our competitors? The other 49 states in the United States of America. Those are our competitors. Other states across the country are developing strategic frameworks for advanced nuclear. 25 states, half of America, passed pro-nuclear legislation in 2024. Tennessee, one of the fastest growing states in this country, has moved all the way to a construction permit application process for a project in connection with the Tennessee Valley Authority that provided water and rural electrification to a very destitute area generations ago. New York, not just red states looking at it, New York has launched a state master planning process for responsible advanced nuclear development. And all our amendment wants to do is get us in that regard and start looking forward to those developments and get us in a position where it's not going to be 20 years until we can see one of these developments. It might be 2 or 3 or 5 or 7. Advanced nuclear is not about ideology. It's about reliability. It's about affordability. It's about promoting the grid for the 21st century needs as our technology, energy requirements continue to advance. And all the amendment does is it creates this program and focuses the Maryland Energy Administration to start working hard to look into what we can do to work with private partners and federal partners to try to take a proactive approach to small modular reactor development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move the amendment.
Recognizing the gentleman from Montgomery.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
And to the maker of the amendment, again, thank you very much. Thank you for providing the amendment. On the different definitions between nuclear and nuclear, I would just say that we are one big happy family, so thank you for that. Come on, really? That was good.
They don't have any energy today.
They don't have any energy.
You have to say that was a good one. It wasn't a good one?
That was a really good one. And, you know, maybe in 6 or 7 more hours after we're finished, they'll have some energy. So, with that said, I want to thank the maker of the amendment, and I wanted to say, look, NextGen last year we did this. We are researching this. We are all on board when it comes to nuclear. We all know that, right? So we've said it before. We will say it again. There's not a whole lot that I disagree with what the maker of the amendment just said, and I will add to that. This bill also does that. So MEA is doing this, and this bill, there's a section of the bill for PPRP and MEA to continue to do this and identify sites and push forward with this. So really, we're already doing this. There's no need for this particular amendment. And what I would say, and I want to stress one more time, is that we agree with you, and we're doing it. So I would ask the body to resist the amendment. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the minority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. The amendment is 303-4241.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered reading the amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So this amendment expands the transparency portion of the bill. So there is a portion of the bill that I like the direction of it. And what it is that it would require that there is a link or an insert to show the customer, the ratepayer, kind of the 10-year trend of their utility bill. And I think transparency is key because what we've seen is Maryland citizens are suffering. Whether it's a $300, $400, $500, or $800 a month bill is unacceptable. And our constituents want to know why their bills keep going up. So what my amendment does is it expands the transparency of the rate riders. And now, although the bill doesn't appear to define what a rate rider is, I'll explain it. So the rate rider are the surcharges, the taxes, the fees, the things that are attached to just the energy portion of the bill. In other words, the rate riders are the things that the General Assembly has added to the bill. And what my amendment does, and I think we owe it to our constituents to show them, is a breakdown of these fees and a overview, a 10-year overview of how these surcharges have changed over the years, including footnotes with the appropriate legislation. I think at a minimum, as elected officials, as public officials, we owe it to Maryland citizens to show them why their bills are through the roof. I look at this as a friendly amendment. It doesn't change the purpose of this section of the bill. It merely expands it, and I hope the committee accepts it as such. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore City.
I was going to ask the gentleman if he wanted to move the amendment.
To move it.
I so move it. Thank you.
I so
You're
thank
welcome.
you. And to my good friend, the minority whip, I love that you want to be transparent, and I love that this part of the bill is a transparency part of the bill, and I'm glad that we're on the same page with that. The overall intent of this portion of the bill is clarity of the process, access to the process, but most importantly, transparency of the process. I have to say, before this time, I had no idea that I could even, as a customer and even as a person in this body, that I could actually participate in these rate-making proceedings. And so with that, I would say, unfortunately, I would have to ask the body to resist the amendment, because in the bill, when it asks about a visual graphic depicting the 10-year rate trend by year, it asks also to, if you go a couple of lines down, accounting for all customers' bill line items, including rate riders. Because I'm still all learning this process pretty well, I actually printed my bill last night. And on my bill, it shows all of those riders. And those riders have fees that are dependent and multiplied by my usage. And so I would say the bill already covers what the good gentleman wants, and I thank him for that. And with that, I'd ask the body to resist the amendment.
Recognizing the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All right, so I will tell you, we get in these discussions quite often, and I know DLS does their best. So it was very unclear to me whether the 10-year depiction would actually include the rate rider, because the rate rider portion was written down. So I'll make a deal with you. If you say for the legislative record that the 10-year graphic will include the rate rider, the surcharges, the taxes and fees, and that'll be depicted in the graphic, I'll withdraw my amendment.
We will accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. So,
No.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Yes,
We will-
recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will stipulate to what you were saying.
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
We got to get the lawyer up to explain that. Okay. So, all right. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just to be clear, the 10-year graphic that's going to be available for the public, they'll be able to see how the surcharges, the taxes and fees have gone up and down over the 10-year period. Fair?
Madam Speaker.
That is correct,
Recognizing,
yes.
recognizing the chair of the committee.
As the floor leader was saying, that is the intent.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. Thank you for working it out. And to the gentleman from Anne Arundel County whose birthday is today, this is in your honor. Nice gift. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? 1 second. Hearing no objection, the amendment is withdrawn.
Hold on. Oh.
1 second, I have to, okay. Hearing no objection, the amendment is withdrawn. All right? Recognizing the delegate from Anne Arundel.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
So order.
Okay. It is amendment number 283823/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much we consider the reading of the amendment.
So order.
This amendment would eliminate the Empower program. And when I talk to constituents, these are parents, small business owners, and seniors, and they ask one simple question: why is my BG&E bill so high? And the truth is that part of that answer is that we have built a system where extra costs are added to their energy bills to fund programs that they may never use or benefit from. And this amendment is about correcting that. And I want to give you some data. So approximately 30% of our BG&E bills consist of delivery charges, taxes, and fees. And I know the governor has proposed a plan to save residents a whopping $12.50 per month. But when I reviewed my most recent BG&E bill, my Empower charge alone was $30. Empower is approximately 10% of our BG&E bill and should be eliminated. Last week, we heard arguments suggesting that Empower primarily assists low-income households. But Maryland has 587,000 qualifying low-income households, and only 78,574 have been served since 2008. In fact, the data shows that higher income households benefit the most from this program because they take advantage of rebates when upgrading or purchasing high-end energy efficient products and appliances. In addition, commercial users are also among the primary beneficiaries of Empower incentives. This program's administrative cost further reduces the amount of funding that reaches low-income residents. And I want to be clear that this amendment does not eliminate energy efficiency and it does not stop innovation. This amendment puts working families first because it provides real, immediate relief on monthly bills. Keeping Empower is projected to cost ratepayers approximately $7.5 billion in future costs that they never voted on, cannot opt out of, and cannot afford. Marylanders should not be required to pay mandatory surcharges for programs they did not choose. Madam Speaker, I move the amendment.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd
You're welcome.
I'd like to thank my colleague for sending over the amendment. You know, this bill started as the Speaker's bill, and I don't like to speak for the Speaker, but I think she generally agrees with you that Empower needs some work. And that's why this bill does a number of things on Empower, and let me just briefly talk about them. It rolls
And if
back.
I may, you can speak for me on this.
Oh, thank you,
You
Madam
earned
Speaker.
it. You worked hard, you and your committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll
You're
try not
welcome.
to abuse that during the day today.
You can on this.
This does a few things on Empower. One, it rolls back the goal a little bit. Instead of the goal going up next year, it's going to go down. It eliminates gas Empower entirely, so people on their gas bill will no longer pay the Empower surcharge. It starts a transition to a single administrator, which we hope will lower the overhead costs of Empower. And it alters what counts towards the Empower goal. So I think there is broad agreement that Empower is a place that we have the ability to influence people's bill. The average monthly surcharge for Empower, I think, is $10 to $20, so good for you and the size of your home that you're paying $30 a month. But for most of our ratepayers, $10 to $20 is also a significant amount, and we need to pay attention to that. We also need to recognize the value of the Empower program, and it does have value. Energy efficiency is a good thing, and I appreciate the maker of the amendment didn't say she was eliminating energy efficiency. That's true. We don't have the power to do that here. But you were proposing to eliminate the energy efficiency program, which means we will get a lot less of it. And it is a good thing. It has reduced our peak energy need. And whatever you want to do for more generation in this state, having to build less of it would be a positive to our goal. Everything we build, we'd be more effective if we don't have this peak load increase as a result of being purposefully inefficient. And I recognize that not every low-income qualifying person has qualified from the low-income program, but tens of thousands have. And so we don't want to take things away from them, which is what this amendment does. This amendment eliminates entirely the low-income Empower program, whereas the approach in the bill leaves that mostly untouched while focusing on the utility side of it. So for all those reasons, I would say this is too blunt of an instrument, and I would ask the body to resist the proposal to entirely eliminate this very important energy efficiency program that actually helps us lower our bills, because if we don't get more efficient, we are locking in high energy prices for generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to strongly support this amendment. It was part of the Maryland Freedom Caucus 4-point energy plan to deliver rate relief to everyone's gas and electric bill. I'd like to ask the floor leader a couple questions. If he could rise, please.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, as you know, I took the bill home and read it over the weekend. Unfortunately, the bill pages weren't numbered, so, you know, maybe in the future we could number them so I could direct you to the page. But on page 50 of the amendment, the language, and I believe this is part of Empower, the refunding or crediting of amounts to residential distribution customers shall be identified on the customer's bill as a line item identified as, quote, legislative energy relief fund. So if I'm reading this correctly, the bill will allow the governor to transfer money out of CEF that comes from our Empower. You're going to direct the utilities to then let the legislature take credit for it and call it a legislative energy relief refund. What can you tell us about that?
Sure. So a few things there. One, Empower doesn't fund the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. You're right that last year.
You're right. Sorry.
You're right that last year there was legislative language worked on where I believe $200 million was set aside to be a rebate. And I think you're looking at maybe what's in the law from last year for those rebates. But you did remind me we did do something else in Empower, so I do want to mention it if that's all right. Instead of the legislative rebates that were done last year and proposed by the governor again this year, we're actually taking that $100 million and buying down the first $100 million of Empower costs, which will also lower the Empower surcharge on your bill. We recognize the importance of energy efficiency, so we want to do those programs. So instead of doing the $100 direct rebate that'll appear with that line item language you were just describing, it will go to the Empower program and will lower the Empower surcharge on people's bills. It's not going to say on the bill, though, your lower Empower bill is brought to you by the chair of the Environment and Transportation Committee, although that could be a good idea in at least one district in the state.
So this plan, I was going to call it a scheme, but I'll call it a plan.
Let's be kind.
I am. That's why I changed my word.
Thank you.
This plan to pay down Empower. So as I've researched this fund, what it looks like is the legislature empowered, pun intended, the utilities to create a program, and then all they did was make the minimum payment on the credit card. So at this point, I think BGE has paid about $600 million in Empower funding, and all that's been paid back, what are they getting, 8 to 9% interest on that money?
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're talking about a few different things here. It is the case that originally when Empower was passed, I think before most of us were here, it was done on sort of a debt basis by the utilities. The legislature put a stop to that, and so now we're in the process of paying off that debt. But that doesn't mean that everything we do with Empower every year is just to pay off that debt. It is also still going towards active programs. So the $100 million I was just talking about is not related to the debt. The $100 million is going to go to actual Empower programs, whether that's weatherization, time of use, rebates for old, out of technology appliances, things like that. That's what that $100 million is going to go for. But you are correct. There is some process going on right now to pay down existing Empower debt that happened, before many of us were here.
So that $100 million is not paying down principal. It's just adding to the program.
No.
Okay.
So every year we do programs in Empower, right? Empower pays for things for our citizens to help make them more energy efficient, which has a benefit for all of us, right? Part of our problem is a demand problem, right? I've heard that from colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Being more energy efficient helps with that demand problem. So if my colleague from Baltimore County gets a more efficient home air conditioning HVAC unit, that is good for everybody in addition to being really good for her, right? Because it reduces demand. And so Empower every year goes to pay towards programs. There's also that debt payoff component, but the $100 million is going towards the programs.
So, yeah, we will respectfully disagree. We have a problem importing 40% of our energy estimates up to 80% of our electricity, not energy, but electricity. And having wealthy people convert their gas stoves over to electric is going to put an extra burden on the electricity that we have. So also on page 62 in the bill, I think that's where the $100 million is outlined. That's just the transfer that you were talking about.
I believe that's correct, Delegate.
Okay, thank you. What we're hearing from our constituents, every one of us, almost every day, is they can't afford their gas and electric bill. And that's what we should be doing. And this amendment is the right way to go. We should end this program. The average Empower fee on everyone's bill across the state is $33.06 a month. That's way more than $12. The other thing about this Empower program, under the current structuring, it's going to be transferred over to a nonprofit to run it. That's, government has already maxed out the credit card. Now they're going to ask a nonprofit to run the program. Here's a bill I received from my local grocery store. Their bill went up $18,000. The bill is $57,960. That's a small family grocery store. That's affordability. They had another business sent me their bill, $35,000, 167. Their Empower fee was $2,085. Canceling this Empower program will deliver real and immediate results for all of the people that live in the state of Maryland. Here's another bill that is $1,095. And our residential bills are coming in, as the good lady from Anne Arundel County said, at way more than $1,250 a month. We can do this. We can end this program. We can pay off the credit card, and we can let everyone's gas and electric bill go down immediately. For those reasons, I stand to strongly support this amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Are you standing up to explain your vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand up
Welcome.
to support this amendment because it makes a lot of sense. And we've heard a lot of debate today on the floor about the Empower program. In the Maryland Freedom Caucus, we did come out a year ago and talk about cutting this program. It was part of our 4-point plan. And the reason why the programs ran its course, no one acknowledges that the Empower program today is not what the Empower program that was created in 2007. The General Assembly redid the Empower program. It is a gas reduction program. So like what the floor leader talked about, upgrading your next door neighbor's furnace, yes, this is you paying $20 or $30 a month to change your neighbor's gas stove over to electric. This program should be going away. We had a bill this session that took some of these CEF fundings that we had in a previous debate, pay off the Empower debt, and make this program go away for everyone to have an immediate cost saving in their bill. That's what should be happening. The bill doesn't go far enough, and I'm happy to support the young lady's amendments from Anne Arundel County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To speak my vote, I too are in support of this amendment for the exact same reasons. I offered a bill in committee earlier, a couple weeks ago, doing this exact same thing because I recognize really quickly that it is a problem that we asked all the utilities to spend $800 million to $1 billion, and then we promised to pay them back at 9% interest. As I said in the committee hearing that day, there's a reason why electricity companies are on the monopoly board. They have a monopoly, and whoever in their infinite wisdom told them in 2008, we will let you charge us 9% interest. So we've been paying on a credit card since 2008 and have not paid off a dime. All of you would kill your kids if you did this. A minimum payment is not getting you anywhere. That's what we did. And guess what? I said, we have the money. It's $800 million sitting in that CEF fund, which was more focused on energy. There's no doubt this is energy, rather than sending it to the general budget to plug a budget hole. We should have used that $800 million, paid the credit card off immediately. And that's what this is asking to do. We can't keep asking for credit limit increases. We need to pay off our debts and stop giving BG&E 9% interest on something we borrowed in 2008. It's run its course. For those reasons, I support this amendment.
Recognizing the lady from Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
As of March of 2026, the Empower Maryland surcharge has reached the historic peak on consumer bills. So I'm thinking that maybe we should have a debt to energy efficiency ratio on that graphic that we were talking about. The surcharge is not a tax, but it is a fee that is mandated by the state, and I completely support this amendment to save our taxpayers money now.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To explain my vote, first of all, the Empower surcharge will show up on that transparency report. The minority whip made sure of that by having me stipulate something, the two lawyers that we are. I also want to make clear the debt is being paid down. It's being paid down in a process. If you think Empower needs some reforms, I hope you will be voting for this bill on final passage, because that is what this bill does. It preserves an important program that is important for our ratepayers while also meeting the moment to make sure we can help with affordability in one of the most direct ways we can do that. For that reason, I urge the body to resist the amendment, but also vote for the Speaker's bill.
The clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the delegate from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 283429/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
We had a long conversation a few minutes ago about Empower, and I truly appreciate the committee's work. The committee's work on this. Thank you, Delegate. I appreciate them getting to the 1.75 from 2027 through 2029. What this amendment will do, it will keep the goalpost at 1.75%. If you refer to page 66 of the 128-page amendment, where we phase in 2% in 2030, 2.25% through 2032, 2.25%, 2033 to 2035, and 2.5% in 2036. This amendment simply keeps it at the 1.75%. You know, I did stop by the Empower meeting that we had. I encourage or hope that the rest of the body stop by. We had a meeting on February 19th in the Howard County Delegation Room. And I had a chance to stop by there and talk to some of the folks about energy efficiency, about some of the things that they were doing with the Empower money. And you'd be enlightened to see where some of those expenses are going. What this amendment does is just keep those goalposts at 1.75%. Madam Speaker, I see a lot of green on this floor today. I encourage the body to vote green on this amendment and put more green back in our ratepayers' pockets. Madam Speaker, I move the amendment.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well,
You're welcome.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for getting us the amendment. I also thank him for the amendment because you are speaking my language. You recognize on a bipartisan basis the importance of Empower. So you are not proposing to get rid of Empower. You want to preserve Empower forever, and I agree with you. I appreciate that. Where we have a minor disagreement is I believe after a few years, and I think the committee believes after a few years, and I think the majority is going to believe that after a few years, we should go back to ramping up the goal a little bit until we get back to the baseline that was set a few years ago. So I'm glad there's bipartisan support for the Empower program. I hope we can continue that bipartisan support on the floor, but this particular amendment doesn't do enough to build the program back up over time, so I'd ask the body to resist the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the floor leader rise to answer a question, please?
Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, recognizing the floor leader and committee chair.
Do I understand that Empower for natural gas is going to be cut out completely?
Yes, that's right. As part of the changes that I described earlier, the natural gas portion of Empower will be removed, so we'll be just focused on the electric side.
So we can do it. We can cancel Empower. Thank you.
I guess by that measure, we could also cancel natural gas, but that's not what the bill does. So the bill is focused on reforming Empower to make it a sustainable, useful program going forward, and that's why we made the tweaks that we did to the Empower program, and that's why I'd ask the body to resist the amendment. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 99 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 423729/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment, Madam Speaker.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment is fairly straightforward, and it really does fix a very major problem, and the time is now to fix the problem. Namely, the amendment does 3 key things. First is it puts a moratorium on data center construction in the state of Maryland until such time as the General Assembly allows, and this is the second provision, data centers to bring their own power. Bring your own power. That means if you're going to build a data center, build your own power source next to the data center. Don't take power off of the grid. Don't take power that's already being generated. Build your own power, bring your own power. The bill also provides for the power generation for the data centers to be behind the meter or in front of the meter, which makes perfect sense as well. And further specifies that data centers, when they do bring their own power, should co-locate it with natural gas power generation, nuclear generation, small modular reactors, fuel cell technology, and battery energy storage, any one or combination of the ones that I mentioned. That is effectively what the bill does, the amendment does. And so you might ask, well, why is this important? And I do think that at this point, if there's a floor leader that I can ask some questions to, Madam Speaker, there are some questions I would love to ask.
Sure. Recognizing the floor leader, from the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is it your
Morning.
birthday today, too?
Sorry?
Is it your birthday today, too?
It is not my
okay,
birthday
just making
today.
sure.
You still have to be kind.
I will always be kind, Madam Speaker.
So my question, floor leader, thank you for standing up, is, are you aware that there is a massive data center project that is proposed at the Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant?
Yes.
Okay. Is there currently a moratorium in place in Maryland to stop the data centers from being built until the issue is actually studied?
No, there's not a moratorium in place. The study is ongoing. That was the bill that we all overrode in December. That study is due, I believe, September 1st.
Sure. So the study is due September 1st, but as you can imagine, the data centers want to build now before any results come from the study, because the study, correct me if I'm wrong, does the study have in it a moratorium that was passed last year?
No, the study does not have a moratorium.
The study does not have a moratorium. So the study is supposed to, correct me if I'm wrong, this is important, is supposed to study environmental impacts of data centers, the energy impacts of data centers, as well as the health impacts of data centers. And that study is being done by the University of Maryland, correct?
Correct.
And won't be available until September at the earliest.
Yes, there's also economic impacts that are being studied as well.
Economic impacts as well, which is excellent. But it doesn't have a moratorium.
No, it's not.
So this amendment takes care of that very important loophole so that we can have the study in our possession and know its actual impact. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're, I think it's important that we study this. Yes, that's why we overrode the veto on a bipartisan basis in December.
But in the meantime, data center at Calvert Cliffs, which is, they're moving quickly. They don't have all their approvals, but they're certainly moving quickly, as fast as they can, as you can imagine.
Right.
Do you know how many megawatts are being proposed to be pulled off Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant?
No, I don't know about that specific project.
There are 500 megawatts that Constellation wants to pull off of the current generation in Calvert Cliffs. That amounts to 25 to 30% of the electricity.
It's a lot.
From a facility that generates 40% of Maryland's electricity?
Do you know when that proposed data center is going online?
That's why we have this actual.
But you don't know when it's supposed to go online?
They're trying to get it approved as quickly as possible. They're trying to end run, and this is important.
I'm listening.
These are big companies, largest power company in the largest nuclear power company in the country. They're trying to end run this legislature and go to the governor directly to get what they need, which includes, among other things, a tax break. And so my question to you is, what impact do you think, being on the committee that deals with utilities, will taking 500 megawatts of power off of the largest power producer in the state due to prices in the state of Maryland?
I mean, obviously that would be a big drain, but I will also say this: the amendment you have, and again, thank you for providing it before a floor. The amendment is not until, or the moratorium's not until September, right? The moratorium's pretty open-ended, right? So we would have to enact legislation to repeal the moratorium. Is that the intent?
There's no moratorium in place now.
Right. I'm saying in your amendment, if we put this moratorium in place, we would have to repeal it.
There's a sense of urgency, let's face it. And to be fair, your committee is dealing with a lot of issues on energy. So I understand that. That's why I think this conversation is important.
Right.
And it is just that. It's a conversation. But it's a conversation that I can assure you from my end is full of facts, since I represent Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant. Do you think that the impact of pulling 500 megawatts of power off of the grid directly would impact electricity prices in the state of Maryland?
Yes, I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people supported the study of data center construction in Maryland and supported the override of the governor's veto.
But the study isn't the moratorium, and therein lies the problem. The study was window dressing to shield the legislature from any kind of accountability, in my opinion, rather than just being a simple moratorium until the study was finished. Because if we really
Again,
cared,
can we not impugn? Okay, let's not imply other people's motives, okay? Because it
Thank you,
just
Madam
gets
Speaker.
us in trouble.
Thank you.
All right.
Certainly not impugning, certainly stating the fact, though, that the bill that was passed, that the governor overrode, doesn't impose a moratorium, so it doesn't fix anything. So understanding that...
That was very different than window dressing, right?
Great.
Okay.
Great. So understanding that, is there any appetite in the committee to allow behind-the-meter power generation whereby data centers bring their own power and are required to bring their own power?
Yes, that's part of the bill. The part of the bill that deals with the expectations of the General Assembly. That's part of it in there, as well as behind-the-meter battery storage, things like that.
But for data centers?
Yes.
And where would that be in the bill?
That would be page 18 of the reprint. About 3/4 of the way towards the bottom.
And you're allowing them to be behind the meter?
Yes, it explicitly says behind the meter energy storage.
So, but it's only for energy storage.
The next line talks about purchasing capacity with newly interconnected energy storage facilities within the load zone or local delivery area.
Yes. Purchasing
Purchasing capacity with new carbon-free assets within the load zone or local delivery area. Demand response. And then, again, there's more expectations.
I appreciate that. So effectively, it's behind the meter, but only for battery technology, not for generation that's natural gas, correct?
I mean, they could still do that if they desired.
It's not, you can't do that. The bill doesn't say that. And nuclear power behind the meter, small modular nuclear or fuel cell behind the meter, only battery storage behind the meter.
I mean, the bill is silent on those. It's not prohibiting that. It's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not prohibiting that.
Which means the current law would prevail, which means you're not allowed to bring your own power as a data center to power yourself, which is what this amendment would require.
No,
Thus,
the bill's not. It's not prohibiting that. And this section of the bill explicitly it's talking about the expectations of the General Assembly. And part of the reason why we kept it as expectations is because, again, we have a lot of things cooking right now, right? We have the study that's due in September, and at the same time, the Public Service Commission is working on draft regulations for data centers for a new large load tariff. So that's part of the reason why we felt that it was best to, again, set expectations, not prohibit anything explicitly or require anything explicitly, but also to let the process that's working at the PSC and with the data center study to finish playing out.
but current law, which is the law of the state, of course, even if this bill were to pass, does not allow you to bring your own generation other than battery storage if this bill were to pass. So
it's not explicitly prohibiting that.
Sorry.
I don't understand. It's not explicitly prohibiting that, though.
Yeah, but current law does. You can't bring your own power behind the meter to power a data center.
I mean,
and
they
this
have,
bill doesn't solve
If
that.
they have authorization from the Public Service Commission, they can.
Hasn't been done yet in the state of Maryland. So the point is to your point, the point is to allow that to happen so that the ratepayers aren't paying. And I appreciate you answering the questions. Just a couple more. When Constellation, if Constellation were to take off 500 megawatts of power from the nuclear power plant in Calvert County, wouldn't they have to build transmission lines to bring power into the state from somewhere else?
I mean, they would probably need to make up that capacity elsewhere, yes.
And when you do that and you send power long distances and you have to build transmission lines, who pays for the transmission lines? And who pays for the long distances of sending power?
Who pay? I mean, the company that's responsible for the lines.
The ratepayers pay it.
Yes.
Right?
Right. Well, then they seek and they
Yes.
seek
The ratepayers pay it. So it's an important conversation because Constellation wants to take off 500 megawatts of power off of the Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant, but they want to bring into the state from Peach Bottom, the Peach Bottom facility,
That's Pennsylvania.
which
correct?
they also own,
Right.
Constellation. What a surprise. And they want to build transmission lines from that distance, which are going to cost ratepayers a ton of money, not just for the transmission lines, but for congestion and capacity charges, correct?
I imagine that's probably how they would approach
So
it.
then why wouldn't we adopt an amendment that allows data centers to bring their own power? This amendment solves the problem and doesn't just allow, but requires it so that they don't have to build those transmission lines.
So, I mean, again, I'll say I'm being told current law does not prohibit them from bring their own power. That's number one. The other thing I will mention, you talked about, running, the proverbial extension cord to Peach Bottom or somewhere in Virginia. So if we were to adopt this moratorium, I think it goes without saying, Madam Speaker, I'll ask the floor to resist this amendment. But if we adopt this amendment and this proposed data center goes in Virginia or Pennsylvania, those problems are still going to exist. We share a common grid with Virginia and Pennsylvania. That's part of the reason why, again, we want to do this study. Part of the reason why the Public Service Commission is going through their public process of adopting large load tariff regulations. That's part of the reason why, again, the intent in the bill here is to send some market signals of what our expectations are going to be for these companies. So I don't think the moratorium will solve the problem you're trying to solve.
So to that point, the Piedmont Reliability Project, which will destroy much farmland in Carroll County and Frederick County, the Piedmont Reliability Project is being built for what purpose?
I mean, generally to bring more energy into the state.
So it's bringing power from out of state, presumably from Pennsylvania, right?
I believe that project, yes.
And it's going through Maryland's beautiful heartland, destroying farms so as to feed power to the data centers in Virginia, correct?
It's a power of the regional grid, yes.
Its primary purpose, if not its sole purpose, is to build transmission lines, which ratepayers pay for, and then they pay the congestion and capacity charges, jacking up electricity prices through the roof solely to be able to power the, among other things, but primarily to power the data centers in Virginia, correct?
I mean, it addresses a lot. I mean, this goes for a lot of transmission lines. There's several projects pending in the PJM queue, and a lot of those have been held up largely because the queue was paused, and there's a lot of issues with that. But the consumers, will see benefits from it once that's built, and from this bill especially, when we're talking about, again, setting those expectations for behind-the-meter storage and energy generation.
Great, thank you. I appreciate answering the question. So, Madam Speaker, on my amendment, an amendment which is really straightforward, which puts a moratorium on data centers in the state of Maryland until such time as those data centers bring their own power to be able to power themselves so that we don't have to build transmission lines across the beautiful heartland of the state, ruining farms, so that we don't have to have an escalation of electricity prices as a result of those electricity transmission lines being built, so that we don't have capacity uncongestion charges, which increase electricity bills as well, so that the data centers can build behind the meter or in front of the meter, but nonetheless have to build their own power. And I got to tell you, if we don't pass this amendment, if we don't, 100% what Constellation is doing at Calvert Cliffs will increase electricity prices significantly in the state of Maryland. So what's interesting is that it just seems like this body has two kinds of conversations. We have the governor who's saying, he wants to be the quantum computing capital of the world, but doesn't want to have this conversation, which fixes the problem, and a legislature that's saying, well, we're concerned about the environment, we're concerned about the water usage, we're concerned about the animals, we're concerned about where it's built and the noise and the emissions of these facilities, and the trees that have to be cut down to be able to build the facility. And to that end, Madam Speaker, Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant is 1,100 acres in the Chesapeake Bay. 110 acres is the nuclear power plant. The rest is in preservation. And so we should be having this conversation for a whole bunch of reasons. And that conversation is how to finally solve this problem so that they can power themselves and the ratepayers don't have to pay for it, number one. And number two, have a study that comes in, and in the meantime, have a moratorium until the study comes in. This is a good governance bill, really is commonsensical. And I appreciate, Madam Speaker, you giving me this time. This is a really important issue. It's not just to local government, because, Madam Speaker, a lot of people don't know this, the grid from Calvert Cliffs goes to BG&E's territory. So you folks in Baltimore, your rates are going up when this happens. And they're going up a lot. And you don't think that they are? We're not even talking about one data center at the facility. We're talking about seven. And so for all those reasons, Madam Speaker, I do want to move the amendment. There are other people that want to speak on this, and it's important, and I appreciate the time.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to thank my friend for all of his concern, especially about our communities and our environment, because the Environment and Transportation Committee shares all of those. That's part of the reason why, again, included in the bill before you are those expectations that the data centers will come in with those issues in mind, including behind the meter energy storage, making sure they proactively engage with local communities, make sure they talk with local governments, and have the environmental concerns. The main reason why I'm going to ask the floor to resist the amendment is because, first of all, the amendment is not contingent on the study being done in September. The amendment is contingent on when we repeal it. So it's essentially an indefinite moratorium. I'll also say that the approach that the committee took on this bill, it's obviously a lot of work has gone into it. It's a balanced approach. We're trying to make sure that, again, we send market signals out to the data centers. We talk about what our values are, what our priorities are. Like the governor said in his State of the State speech, these are the things that a data center needs to do in order to get my approval or endorsement in the state of Maryland. And that's what we're trying to do here. This amendment is, for lack of a better term, a blunt instrument that's trying to solve a very nuanced problem. So for those reasons, among others, and I will also add, Madam Speaker, that, like I said, if we put this moratorium in place, these data centers will most likely be built somewhere else, and they'll most likely be built somewhere else on our grid. So Maryland will still bear the brunt, our grid will still bear the brunt, there will still be transmission lines built, and we won't see any of the benefits of it being built in Maryland. So for those reasons, I ask the floor to please resist this amendment.
Recognizing the delegate from Harford County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just
You're
have
welcome.
a couple of questions for the floor leader. Sorry to make you jump up and down. Okay, so can you explain in detail what this bill actually does? Does it actually require behind the meter generation for approval, or does it just suggest it? Can you just go a little bit more into the details?
Yeah. Again, it's setting the intent of the General Assembly that data centers do certain things, and that's one of the things that the General Assembly expects.
Okay, so that's what we expect. It's not a requirement, though?
No, in the bill as it is right now, it's not a requirement.
Okay.
As we're waiting for the study.
Okay, so there's potential that that this very data center could still get approved to take this 500 megawatts off of our grid under the current writing of this bill?
So part of what's being worked on right now, separate from the study, is the Public Service Commission is developing part of the Next Generation Energy Act, which we passed last year, had a new definition for a large load customer. The Public Service Commission is developing regulations for those customers. So a 500 megawatt customer would absolutely fall under that. So to answer your question, there still aren't really regulations in place. The Public Service Commission has draft regulations. They're working on them. Again, I think they're going to be done around the same time. But as of right now, nothing's going to be like approved. Yeah, it's not going to be approved like in the dead of night.
Okay. So there's some time we're going to have to wait, but there's potential for something to be approved perhaps before we even get our regs in order, or is that unlikely?
No, the
So
Public
they
Service
couldn't-
Commission needs to draft their regs before they can approve these things.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate you answering those questions.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment
You're
at
welcome.
desk 863121/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The number one reason that we should be doing energy policy in the state of Maryland this year, and probably almost any year, is affordability. 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 This is not the time and the situation to be gilding the lily and enhancing our green energy credentials for whatever purpose. Maryland already has some of the most aggressive green energy policies in the United States of America. This is not the time in energy policy to be taking on esoteric projects or fulfilling the needs of the activists or the industry, from BG&E to the Sierra Club to the Chesapeake Action Network and on and beyond. They should not be the focus of why we're doing energy policy at this moment. The focus of our energy policy should be on reducing the energy rates for our consumers. You heard not only for residential consumers, but the gentle lady from Baltimore County. These are real bills. She's not making it up. Imagine that you own a small business and you have a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a month electric bill that keeps going up and up and up and up. You close your business. Some of you here have owned businesses. You've signed the front of the paycheck, not just the back. And when you do that and you can't make enough money, and in part because your energy costs have gone insane, you close the business. And what happens when you close the business? The nice people who work there lose their jobs. They lose their health insurance. Some of them lose their homes, their cars, their kids' college fund. The community loses the property taxes and the sales taxes and all the things that go along with the successful enterprise of the private sector. Affordability. There are elements of this bill that I believe are being honestly scored and evaluated by people much smarter than me as to having a reductive effect on everyone's monthly bill. I attended a press conference with Madam Speaker, Senate President, and the Governor. I think they should have let Madam Speaker speak longer than the Governor, but that's just me. That's just me. I was there, supporting your speech. But at that time, it was suggested that the average ratepayer in Maryland would save around $150 a year. Works out to $1250 a month from the provisions of this bill. And I hope, and I think, and I'm going to assume in good faith, working with my friend, the chair of the committee, who's given me some good information, I think in good faith tried to provide honest information about what he estimates to be the effects of the bill in terms of reducing your rates. I think that's accurate, that we will be reducing people's bills at least a little bit. And that's good. It's not enough. It's not going to make a real difference. It's not going to change that grocery store closing, laying everybody off. It's not going to keep your middle class folks out of financial trouble because of their rising utility bills. But it's something. And so what this amendment does, quite simply, is it leaves everything in the bill that we believe produces a rate reduction effect for ratepayers. Changes to Empower. They save the ratepayer some money. We should keep them. It's not enough. You've heard multiple people today talk about Empower. I won't belabor it. It's not enough. Empower probably costs more money than what we really can afford in today's world, but it's something. Leaves it in there. Drive Act changes. The Drive Act was an idea from a very good friend and a good gentleman from Montgomery County who put those ideas in, thought it would help, but understands that today it's maybe not affordable. And changing or modifying the implementation of the Drive Act may save people a little bit of money every month. Good. We need to save a little bit of money. Let's do it. We leave that in with this amendment. Net energy metering. If anyone other than the two good delegates from Montgomery County to my left and right in front of me can really explain net energy metering, I got $100 for you. Because net energy metering is extremely complicated. It is not something that most people would have some alacrity with to immediately understand. But there's some net energy metering provisions in here with respect to how utility companies pay back or compensate or credit community solar, people who put solar panels on their rooftops and their businesses, how they get credited, and the net effect of it, it's going to save ratepayers a little bit of money. A little bit, not a lot, but it's going to save them a little bit of money. Good. Leave it in there. Rate report transparency provisions. My friend, the delegate from Frederick County, the minority whip, had a wonderful conversation to say, hey, we're going to be on the same page about rate transparency. Good. Leave it in there. The $100 million from the CEF fund that's going to be taken not to backfill the general budget deficits, but the CEF fund money that's going to be plugged back in to Empower and other programs to help generate rate reductions for our people today, right now, next year. Good. Leave it in there. Multi-year plan reconciliations. So the utility companies like to come in and say, this is my 3-year, 2-year, 3-year, 5-year plan, and this is how I'm going to get compensated. And what the bill would do is say, well, if you screw up and you actually spent more money and then you come back wanting to get that overage from our ratepayers, you can't do it. That was your screw up. But if you screw up and it produces a benefit to our ratepayers, you really didn't spend as much as what you thought you would, and now the ratepayer deserves to get some of that back, good. Because right now, today, all I care about, and I think all anybody should care about, is saving our folks some money on their electric bill. This bill, and we can talk about it tomorrow on third reader, doesn't go far enough. But what the amendment does is sets down a very clear marker. Every member of this General Assembly wants to save you money. Every member. Every member. Republican, Democrat, rural, urban, across the divides. We want to do something to save you money, and we will support things that in the short term save you money, but what we will not do is say that that's enough. We got you $12, we got you $13, it's good enough. Just take it. Just go home, go out, buy a Big Mac, you're good. We took care of you this month. The amendment leaves everything that we believe actually produces rate reduction effects and takes out all the other stuff. Takes out all the other stuff about solar, takes out all the other stuff that some of the activists would want, and just focuses on rate reduction. Move the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Before I recognize you, I want to tell the minority leader something. You do not have to say a lot to say a lot. And the one who knows much does not speak much. That means, I didn't say a lot at the conference, but I said a lot. Another one for you is the fewer the words, the greater the profit. Okay, recognizing the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I feel like I should just say, please resist the amendment. But I also want to say thank you for sharing the amendment with us. It is a little confusing to look at what is a very, very large amendment on a very, very large bill and understand why some of these programs that have been identified are actually being struck from the bill, because we have heard all session long, everyone on this floor has heard from members in the minority party that where's the bill? We're not doing enough. This bill, House Bill 1, doesn't do enough. Do more, do more, do more. And what this amendment is doing, friends, is telling us to do less, right? We, as a committee, and I'm so proud of this committee, had a very thoughtfully crafted bill to work with in the Speaker's legislation. And I do want to point out that the reference that the minority leader made a few moments ago to the $150 a year per family, that was for one of the many, many, many provisions in this bill, not for the entirety of this bill. So I think it's important to know that when we drafted this bill with consideration from bills from all over this floor, we looked at them very carefully and decided which provisions to add based on one thing, one metric. And that metric, though I'm going to say it 3 times because I can't help myself, was affordability, affordability, affordability. And all of this bill, all of these pieces that work together like a well-oiled machine are necessary for us to get there. I am confused at some of the things that are struck from the bill with this amendment, including the large load tariff changes that do make data centers more accountable for their energy use. The changes to the striking HB1, while a lot of folks said it didn't do enough, we know it does do something. So why strike that from the bill? I'm also confused about the fact that we struck the reforms from, we didn't, but the amendment strikes the reforms for the SB1 from 2024, because we have heard for 2 years how important it is for us to make tweaks and changes to that legislation to bring competition in the retail energy market back to our constituents. We all know that will help lower bills. So if the minority leader would like to argue every single one of the points that he's trying to strike from this bill, believe me, our committee members are ready and eager to do that. But if not, I will just say, please resist this amendment for all the reasons that I've just said.
Recognizing the minority
Thank you,
leader.
Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I'm not sure what that means to suggest that there's more than an estimated $150 per year for the average customer. I went to the press conference. I read the newspaper articles. I'd like to think that the good, LaSalle brothers and Christian Ursuline sisters of the Bishop Walsh School taught me how to read pretty well. And that's all I read. I was at the press conference, and a member of the media directly asked the governor of the state of Maryland, "You said, Governor, that it will save people hundreds a year, but others said $150 a year. Which one is it?" And he said, "Well, it's going to be $150 a year." Now, there's other provisions in other bills and other budget elements coming down the line that may save things differently, but not this bill. This bill was estimated. I just think it's important that we stay accurate to what we're doing. We can't change the story. And so I appreciate any level of saying, but we talk about large load tariffs for data centers. We don't have hardly any data centers, so that's why we take it out of there. You heard the gentleman from Calvert County. Data centers and energy generation is an extremely complicated issue, but in reality today, we're not saving anybody any money with that aspect of it, because we don't have any of the data centers developed, because we don't really have a provision for them to get the energy. So that's a great thing, but it's not really saving mom and pop and the local grocery store any money this month or next year. HB1, it saves 80 cents. It saves 80 cents. And I guess, the reality is that most of us, save 80 cents a month. That's great. To me, it's insulting to tell somebody that I passed a bill to save you 80 cents a month, and I did my best. Not it's insulting to say that the idea wasn't valid. Not it's insulting to say, 80 cents is 80 cents. But I can't look people in the eye and tell you that I saved you 80 cents or $12 or $12.50 a month, and I did my best. That's not doing our best. I appreciate the differences of opinion and, frankly, the areas where we are in agreement, which is very important that we continue to stay in agreement about areas. but I would move the amendment upon the good faith which it's presented, an effort to have the real rate-paying reduction elements promoted and the other things not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the call. There being 99 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 6635231.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment?
So order.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So here on the floor, we talk a lot about the federal government and policy a great deal. We talk about the federal job losses and the impact it has to our budget. We've talked about immigration policy at the federal level and how it's impacting us here.
Thank you.
But we haven't talked much about the federal government's policy on offshore wind and their desire to take a look and see how we truly understand the negative impact to many things here in Maryland. One of those things, the negative impact to marine mammals and the high mortality rate we've seen since some offshore wind projects have started up north. We haven't talked about the true detriment to the Department of Defense and our security. Haven't really considered the limitations to wallops. We haven't talked about the threat to the horseshoe crab industry and all the necessity that has for our medical world. We haven't talked about how it would destroy the commercial fishermen off the Atlantic coast of Maryland, so much so that U.S. Wind has, in an attempt to buy them out, offered as much as $13 million to the commercial fishermen in Maryland and Delaware. And all of this for the highest possible energy that we could produce. So what this amendment does is simply removes offshore wind from the bill. We really need to move on past this. We need to embrace the new technology, and we need to understand that this, with the federal government right now, we need to be honest with ourselves and move on past the hope of offshore wind. So with that, Madam Speaker, I ask you to move the amendment.
Recognizing the delegate from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I would ask the body to resist this amendment. The good delegate, first of all, thank you for providing the amendment to the committee ahead of time. The good delegate listed a number of things that he said would be adversely impacted by offshore wind. And I just want to point out that during the permitting process for offshore wind, all of those things were studied and were addressed. But let me tell you what offshore wind does do for us. So first, let me explain. This bill, this amendment, I mean, would remove the Tier 1 designation of the renewable portfolio standard from offshore wind. So for we lay people, including myself, what basically Tier 1 designation under RPS does is it incentivizes the development of a particular energy because based upon its renewability and some other factors. Why offshore wind is important to incentivize is for several reasons. One, it not only provides good, affordable, clean energy, relatively quickly. We can get offshore wind, stand offshore wind up relatively quickly compared to some of these other technologies. But in addition to that, it has an added benefit. So Maryland, we've already approved 2 projects in round 1 and round 2. And I won't go into what differentiates round 1 from round 2, but it has to do with the distance from the shore. And what are estimated is that just those 2 projects alone will provide enough electricity to power 285,000 Maryland homes. So when we stand here and talk about increasing our capacity, this is a great way to do it. But in addition to that, these projects are required by legislation passed over a decade by this legislature. These projects are required to create more than 8,000 direct full-time jobs during the development and construction phase, and more than 2,500 direct full-time jobs during the 20 to 30-year operation and maintenance of these projects. The U.S. Wind, which has been one of the projects that's been approved, will also spend $150 million investment in Sparrows Point, in a Sparrows Point steel plant, to produce offshore wind equipment and facilities for the entire east coast of the United States. So you want to talk about projects that bring jobs, boost our economy, and lower energy costs, as well as increasing our capacity. These projects are it. So no wonder we want to incentivize them being done. So I think it's really important that we continue to support offshore wind for all the reasons I've outlined. Let me address very briefly, the good delegate raised the issue of the federal government. And yes, it's true that our president, Donald Trump, has made no secret of the fact that he doesn't like offshore wind. He promised the oil companies that he would kill projects or try to kill projects like offshore wind and other clean energy projects. There is a court case underway that multiple lawsuits surrounding this because of actions taken by the federal government. And the judge has ruled against the feds. They're in the process of appealing it, but in the meantime, Maryland is marching forward to bring offshore wind to our customers here in Maryland and to our economy so that we can create all these great manufacturing jobs, high-paying manufacturing jobs for our economy. So for all of those reasons, colleagues, I ask you to resist this amendment and continue the designation of offshore wind in Tier 1 of the RPS. Thank you.
Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You was talking about the jobs down created for Sparrows Point for the windmills. From what I understand, and my memory, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened, but that actually not going to happen because of financial interest, because of the rates. Be able to borrow money or something anyway. The interest rates are too high, and the project, what they're proposing to do, would not work.
Would you like the floor leader to answer? Is that a question?
Yes,
okay.
please.
Floor leader.
Can the delegate clarify what you're asking about in terms of the rates?
All right, the question I have is, I remember hearing back a while ago that this was supposed to happen. The new windmills started to be built at Tray Point Atlantic or Sparrows Point, whatever you want to call it. But because of the tax credits, I believe that the state was going to give them and the interest rates, it wasn't a good business plan. And that way they haven't done anything. You know, we're waiting for it to happen in Sparrows Point. We would love to see it. But, you know, talking about the gentleman back here, you know, we need to really consider the disturbance when we put these windmills in, you know, in a body of water. I think it was like 6 acres of disturbance. You know, we're talking about fish. We're talking about birds. Birds get killed. And, you know, I'm just asking a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for the question. My understanding is in 2024 we addressed some of those cost issues, but the reason that the Sparrows Point project hasn't gone forward as quickly or as robustly as we would like it is because of what I cited earlier, and which is that the Trump administration is doing what it can to try to stop and delay these kinds of projects. And so if we want that to move forward, we will keep the Tier 1 RPS designation in our law with respect to wind, offshore wind, and we will urge the Trump administration to drop their lawsuit against us from continuing to go forward, and then we can go ahead with a Sparrows Point plan.
Right. Well, I'm familiar with what the president's actually talking about is portable nuclear power plants. Matter of fact, he said something about July 4th of this year that he's wanting to have so many of them built. There's actually one right now in the Midwest fueling energy for an Army base or a military base. And that's what I can't speak for the president, but that's everything that I've heard, that he's looking for the modular nuclear plants.
Yes.
Yeah. I believe, Delegate, you mean 7 to 10 years it takes to build a nuclear plant.
No. Modular nuclear plants. In other words, a plant that can actually fit on the back of a tractor and trailer that can be moved from place to place and can fit on the back of, I think, a C-130 and be dropped wherever they need the power. That's what I'm referring to.
Well, I think with respect to wind, I told you what the jobs are that are being created. I told you how important these projects are, and so I continue to ask the body to resist this amendment.
Thank you.
Recognizing the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So the reality is the Biden administration in their final days rushed through some of the necessary approvals, and that's why our current president pulled back to understand the true detriment that offshore wind would really have. It has nothing about promises to oil companies. And addressing the issue of quickly, in 2024, U.S. Wind had acquired permits for a few properties in West Ocean City that they were going to purchase to construct a pier and have a place for, staging the offshore wind project. That was back in 2024. Here it is, 2026. A year into the contract, the contract expired for the real estate purchase. So they haven't even purchased the real estate. There's nothing that's going to be quick about this. The other thing is affordability. We've heard affordability a lot today. Affordability is not a factor with offshore wind. The only thing that makes it work are subsidies, and that's what makes offshore wind possible. My good friend from Baltimore County, he mentioned the rising costs, and that's definitely a factor. The steel costs have increased tremendously. Interest rates have certainly gone up, which makes it less favorable. And we need to be realistic with ourselves. Offshore wind is not where we're going to have, it's not the hill to die on here for energy needs. We need to get realistic. We really need to start embracing other forms of generation and give Marylanders what they need. For that, Madam Speaker, I ask you to move the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Everyone in from the back? The clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an
You're
amendment
welcome.
at the desk. Thank you. 993-026/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
This amendment, if adopted, would have the commission, if they do not take final action on a complete application for a CPCN within 180 days after receiving it, the application shall be deemed approved. And Madam Speaker, I'd ask the floor leader to rise for a few questions.
Floor leader, chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Floor Leader, I've got some genuine concerns. I mean, energy has been a part of our portfolio in Economic Matters for many years, and so while we've lost energy, we've gained housing, and I found a home in the housing policy matter. So with that being said, I do...
As I recall, that's what got you to run originally, was a housing issue. Is that right?
And not far removed. But in the many years I've been on Economic Matters, I've understood the CPCN process, many concerns I have with it.
But my question goes to, under current law, you know, you cannot construct an overhead transmission line that's designed to carry a voltage in excess of 69,000 volts or exercise a right of condemnation unless a CPCN is first obtained. However, there are some pathways related to an existing overhead transmission line to occur without a CPCN. So there's 3 ways, as I understand it. They can waive the requirement for good cause. Second, they can waive it if the construction does not require obtaining new property or right-of-ways. And finally, they can undertake necessary construction, including repairs, to avoid imminent safety, hazard, or reliability risk. So with that waiver, which I understand was created in 2012, my question is, am I correct on current law, and how does this bill change that process? Because I understand industry has concerns.
Yeah, I believe the purpose of the change in language is to put some guardrails around when they would grant a waiver, so it requires the PSC to consider a few things before they grant the waiver. And I just want to make sure the folks in this side of the room all hear that you're concerned that the process is taking too long to get a CPCN. So am I understanding that correctly?
So my concern, well, I would ask, is the bill prospective and not backward looking? So this is a prospective bill.
Yeah, there are various changes to the CPCN process in the bill, and they are prospective. So
Okay,
if a CPCN has already been filed, a request has already been filed, this does not affect that.
Right. So on that project, I wouldn't be standing right now if I thought that what I'd be advocating for related to that project, which is a completely different
I just want to make sure they were paying attention.
Okay. I know I am. So if we're talking about a change to the process, do you have the same concern I have that we are going to be delaying safety projects? You know, this is going to relate to overhead and underground transmission. Are we concerned that the slowdown could relate to some safety problems, perhaps brownout or blackouts, because we're not moving these projects quickly enough under the bill as being introduced on the floor?
No, I'm not concerned about that at all.
Okay, and so you're saying then that with the waiver where we can bypass the CPCN process, that you don't think that we have capacity concerns under PSC, that the CPCN process, which we know under Brandon Shores, we've got a project that there's been a CPCN, 600 days waiting for a response on that. The other member from Anne Arundel mentioned that, currently Brandon Shores is on a reliability must run, and it's $15 million per month is spent because we're basically waiting for the decision. You don't see just a general concern about process and moving quickly through some of these projects that the industry is very concerned about?
So in general, of course, I would like our government agencies to move faster, and that's why a part of this bill designates more money for the Power Plant Research Program, which, as you know, does a lot of the heavy lifting on the CPCNs. And so, yes, of course, I want government to run more efficiently, and I want things to happen faster in most cases, not all cases, to my friends behind me. But I'm not concerned about what you're saying, which is that there'd be an emergency situation that they wouldn't be able to respond to because of these provisions. That's not my concern.
Okay. Well, is the bill amended because of a single concern, or is there a general concern about what the CPCN process looks like? In other words, is this particular part of the bill necessary, and is it being too prescriptive? And you'd have to adopt my concern that it is too prescriptive because it's going to affect dozens of other projects throughout the state that slow down good progress that we need to get more transmission online and also expand transmission lines to get energy to the home. So your answer to that?
I heard two questions in there.
Yes.
Is it necessary? Yes. Is it too prescriptive? No.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time on the floor. I'm going to stand, Madam Speaker, and speak to and support the amendment. Again, having been on the Economic Matters Committee, I understand the CPCN process. I understand why it's necessary, because it grants local involvement in these projects. But here's the rub. Under the bill, I'm concerned that we are being prescriptive. I'm not going to get into a long discussion about why I believe that to be the case. But if we're trying to solve an individual project that's a problem in our state, I don't think that's good policy making. That we should, in practice, be understanding in 2012 when we created the waiver system, why it was created. At the time, Public Service Commission was advocating for some of these waivers, and that dozens of projects moving forward throughout the state slow down because of what we're trying to do under the bill. And so if this bill has to pass, I do think we need to preserve these waivers, and most importantly, we need the stop clock language as added to the amendment that I produced. The permitting process under my amendment must be complete in 6 months, which is plenty of time, and if a decision is not made, the project automatically progresses. And here's why, Madam Speaker, I'm advocating, because the delays associated with this new CPCN will lead to higher costs. Materials will be more expensive because they cannot be ordered until much later. Lead times will be longer. Additional consultants will have to be engaged for the CPCN process, and the engagements will last longer, be more expensive. And lastly, all these additional costs will be passed along to utility customers, ensuring higher costs to ratepayers already struggling with affordability concerns. And Madam Speaker, the irony is that this bill, if I understand it correctly, addresses affordability. And what my amendment is doing is being respectful in the sense that we think that delaying projects under the bill as drafted is going to end up costing people more. It would delay safety projects. It would delay these important expansion projects that should result in more energy being produced and transmitted throughout the state. My amendment is constructive and respectful to what the bill's intention is. At the same time, try not to let one project in our state affect the entirety of all projects throughout the state. Madam Speaker, I'd ask for your support in the amendment.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, the gentleman said if the bill has to pass, and I look up at that board and I see the sponsor and I think, yep, this bill has to pass. So you got that right. I would ask the body to resist the amendment.
I'm going to plead the fifth on that.
I would ask the body to resist the amendment, and I appreciate, again, the desire to have sort of a deadline by which the government agencies must act. And as I said, we want them to move faster. Unfortunately, under current law, they probably couldn't meet the deadline you're giving. In fact, you were just citing examples of delays and days that were far beyond what you have here for 180 days. So nothing in this bill is causing that problem. So I recognize, as I said, that we want our government agencies to do better, which is why we have put forth language in the bill and funding in the bill to help the PPRP do a better job. But I think this is a little bit too blunt of a number and will basically allow many projects to go forward without adequate oversight. And we think that oversight's important. Now, part of the bill, which you might have been dancing around a little bit, is about requiring grid-enhancing technologies to be reviewed as part of the CPCN process, and maybe about having supplemental transmission, underground transmission, underwater transmission go through the CPCN process. We think that's good because we actually think, to the minority leader's point, that is going to reduce costs over time because it's going to make sure that our public utilities are rolling their sleeves up, sharpening their pencils, and looking to make sure that the big capital-intensive work they are planning to do actually needs to be done, and that they can't do it in a much more cost-effective way. As you know from your years of experience in the Economic Matters Committee, a prime motivator of the utilities is capital spending because of how their rates are structured. And that's fine. That's how their incentives work. We have the ability to say, actually, we want to shift your incentives a little bit and make you look at things a little bit differently. We still want the electricity to flow. We want those electrons, but there might be other ways to do it. And all we're asking them to do is look at those other ways. We think putting a 180-day cap on that is not enough time, just given how long these things take out in the real world. But appreciate the concern. We do want our alphabet soup of agencies and their alphabet soup of approvals moving faster. But I'd ask the body to resist the amendment. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote?
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the maker of the amendment.
Madam Speaker, I did say if we must pass your bill to adopt my amendment, you had to finish the statement.
It's okay. The clerk would take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to heed your advice of speaking very quickly and with less words. I am happy to hear that the chairman of the E&T committee believes in oversight and review, and that's exactly what this does. Quite simply, this just requires that before this body passes any more major energy policies, that the PSC does an impact.
What is your amendment? May we have the amendment number, and will you move it, please?
Yeah, I was ahead of myself.
I know you're excited.
I know.
You have a lot of energy today. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam Speaker. I got an amendment at the desk. 513-823.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
It just requires the PSC to do some overview and do a reliability test or feasibility test that says, look, if we pass this bill, is it going to materially impact negatively on our supply, on our generators, on our grid reliability before we enact it, so we don't continue to end up in the situations we're in now. They'll be required to look at peak demand scenarios, winter reliability, extreme weather, and data center load growth before we enact any major energy policies that could negatively affect the cost of energy and retirement of power plants, or more importantly, the grid reliability, so that we won't put ourselves in a situation where we are facing brownouts and blackouts. With that, I move the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
A couple things. I want to say thank you very much to the delegate for providing the amendment. It's a good opportunity. So I would say to the delegate, these are all great ideas. They're all great ideas, and as a result, last year we passed a bill to do exactly this. We established the CEPO office. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And as a matter of fact, it was in some ways controversial because the governor vetoed it. And then we came back in December and we overrode the governor's veto. That particular bill does everything you're talking about. And the floor, it was 96 to 39 on that bill. And it does what you're saying. So great ideas. We appreciate it. But again, CEPO is getting stood up and we'll handle all of that. Thank you. So let me finish. So I would ask the floor to resist the amendment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Recognizing the maker of the amendment.
I'm just going to finish with this. I'll take him at his word. I wish I would have known I would have put a dashboard on it, but I move the amendment.
Okay. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
The clerk will take the call. There being 94 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title?
Madam
Recognizing
Speaker.
the gentleman from Western Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. It is 403425/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order. Sorry, Speaker Pro Tem, I missed you. I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Usually we're the ones that are missed, but anyhow. Section 7-306.2 tasks the PSC with developing a tariff structure for community solar generating stations. So what this amendment does, if I can. So this amendment states that the tariff established under this section may not require an electric company to purchase or provide a bill credit to a subscriber or subscriber organization for electricity from a community solar energy generating system at a rate that exceeds the generation cost of electricity provided by the electric company through standard offer service. So why is this amendment necessary? For years, customers of the Potomac Edison service territory have been paying a surcharge on their electric bills because Potomac Edison has been paying the operators of the AES Warrior Run plant a cost per kWh greater than the retail rate for generation component on electric bills. According to the Office of People's Counsel, over the 23 years of the contract, Potomac Edison ratepayers or customers have paid in excess of $1 billion under the Warrior Run contract than they would have paid by purchasing power from other sources. The clause proposed in this amendment assures that the same mistake cannot happen again. And with that, I move the amendment.
Recognizing the gentleman from Montgomery County and the floor leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, to the good delegate, where are you? Thank you very much for the amendment. I know we spoke about this briefly on the floor the other day as well. What I would say is that the NEM 2 portion of this bill is going to address exactly what you're talking about. There's, I don't know how else to say it other than that, but we are, because this is very complicated, the NEM part of this bill is going to the Public Service Commission so they can make the adjustments, all the micro adjustments as we go to ensure that we are protecting the ratepayer. So with that said, I would request that the body resist the amendment because a big part of this bill is going to do exactly what you'd like it to do.
Recognizing the delegate that made the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that response, and hopefully they do address that. But on many occasions here in the legislature, we direct the PSC to do specific items, as majority of this bill does. So what this amendment does is it does protect the ratepayers from overpaying for electricity. It protects them from the regulated utility customers from potentially acquiring something on an open market that they could, as I've proven, can save as much as $1 billion as Potomac Edison customers have paid over that 23-year time period. It ensures that electric bills of the regulated utility are not arbitrarily inflated to the benefit of a supplier, and it maintains market integrity and prevents distorted pricing and aligns the principles of fairness and consumer protection. So this amendment specifically directs the PSC to take action, and I would prefer that this language be in the bill itself, and therefore I press the amendment.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 88 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a vote change on Amendment 993026 to red.
Thank you. Anyone else on vote change?
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Prince George's, then the delegate from Baltimore County.
Vote change on the last amendment, yea to nay.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe it was the amendment 1532-993026-1. Thank you.
And what is your vote?
Oh, to red.
All right. Any other vote changes? Recognizing the delegate from Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Change amendment 303926/1 from yea to nay.
Recognizing the delegate from Montgomery.
Yes, on the last amendment, vote change, my button wasn't working, so no.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else for vote change? All right. Recognizing the delegate from Carroll County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 713521-1.
Amendment number 1.
Thank you. So I want to thank the Speaker, the Chair of the committee, and the committee as a whole for addressing transmission lines. It's been a big part of my life for the last 2 years due to the Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project. So I do want to thank them for addressing transmission lines to a certain extent in the amended bill. As presented now, the bill requires an applicant for a CPCN for the construction of a transmission line has to provide evidence that they looked at alternatives to the proposed transmission line, an analysis of advanced transmission technologies, the cost to ratepayers, the impact of the project on the environment, cost to the ratepayer, among several things. The bill also changes the statute so that many of the laws surrounding overhead transmission lines will also apply to underground transmission lines. And with my amendment, I'm looking to bring just a little bit more transparency when it comes to the CPCN process regarding the construction of transmission lines. So currently under state law, at least 30 days before a hearing, a public service company has to provide each owner of land and each owner of adjacent land by certified mail written notice of their intent to construct a transmission line over, on, or under their land. This amendment does not change that. With this amendment, when submitting a CPCN application for the construction of a transmission line, the public service company must concurrently provide notice by certified mail of their intent to run a line over, on, or under the land to each owner of land where the construction will take place, each owner of land that abuts the property where the construction is planned, and finally, each owner of land that is adjacent to the property where the construction is planned. By notifying property owners early on in the process, we're giving landowners a chance to research and understand what the impact of the proposed transmission line will be. This amendment also requires that in the same notice, the CPCN applicant must provide clear information on how property owners can intervene and that they have a right to intervene. By providing this information up front, residents will be more than just informed that a project is happening. They will actually feel empowered to have a voice in the outcome. And finally, the amendment makes it so if there is a failure to provide notice before a public hearing, it invalidates a public hearing and requires that another takes place, and it voids their CPCN application, but it does allow for the applicant to reapply. Like I said, the reason I'm introducing this amendment is because since 2024, for those of us who live in Baltimore, Carroll, and Frederick counties, our lives have been flipped upside down to the proposed Maryland Piedmont Reliability Project, which I know I've said this a million times in the last couple of years, but I'll say it again. This is a 70-mile transmission line that's coming from Pennsylvania, cutting through our 3 counties and running out to Northern Virginia. It's going to be tearing through wetlands, woodlands, and beautiful farmland. Many of the landowners affected by this project learned of the project through word of mouth. Many of the families received little or no direct communication prior to public meetings. In some cases, landowners had less than 24 hours notice before meetings were held. Neighbors informed neighbors. Social media carried information that formal notice procedures did not. Throughout this process, many adjacent property owners, including individuals whose homes are located near the proposed transmission line, have not received direct certified notice. This whole experience or controversy has made something very clear to many of us, that the people most affected by these projects are often told last, and they are not told how they can engage. This amendment that I have here today on the floor corrects that by requiring that landowners receive direct early notice and that they have a fair, informed opportunity to make their concerns known before approvals move forward. With that, Madam Speaker, I move the amendment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
And I appreciate the delegates' interest in transparency. Thank you. And providing public notice. But I would ask the body to vote against this amendment because under the amendment, a single failure to deliver the right notice to a relevant owner would, it's not optional, would invalidate the CPCN process, forcing everyone to start over. So increasing, the length of the process, and in the process increasing costs for everyone. And it could be that the notice was maybe lost in the mail, or maybe a landowner had a forwarding order at the post office that had expired. But regardless, failure to provide notice, it's not optional under the amendment. It invalidates a public hearing and requires that another hearing take place. It requires the application for a CPCN to be voided and everything to start over. And I just would note, as the delegate did mention, there is a provision in current law that says that there is a notice requirement, and under current law, if the failure to provide notice under it is willful or deliberate, the failure of a public service company to provide notice does not invalidate a public hearing or require that another hearing take place. So by implication, if there was deliberate or willful failure to provide notice, at that point, the process could be invalidated. But again, under the amendment, it's automatic. It could be no fault of the company that submitted the application. Could be, again, the post office just got the notice lost in the mail. So for all those reasons, Madam Speaker, I urge a red vote on this.
Thank you. Recognizing the delegate from Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I rise in support of this amendment as a resident of Carroll County as well, and very familiar with this process. I do think that a company that is going through the CPCN process should be subject to following the rules, and they should follow them. And if they get penalized for that, maybe that is really the way that it should go, because this is important. This is important moving forward, and I think that is a recourse, at least for the communities. And I know that at least one of our public meetings, town hall meetings, we had over 1,000 people at our ag center. Not over 1,000 people didn't receive a piece of mail. So I appreciate the comments, and I know that this is something that that they would like to move forward with. But when it really affects your community, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask them to follow the rules and do it the right way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the lady from Frederick County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When a single failure of notice may mean you lose your rights or your property, I think we could ask them to have another hearing. I rise in support of this amendment, as over the last 2 years in Frederick County, we have seen what a lack of notice, information, public engagement, and transparency can have on a community. The MPRP is 70 miles of the new high voltage power lines, of which estimated less than 3% benefits Marylanders that do not use existing right-of-way and that do impact Baltimore, Carroll, and Frederick counties. Their homes, their farms, their businesses, over 400 private properties, 1,200 acres, 522 acres of cultivated crops, and 245 acres of preserved farmland, with over 200 landowners facing PSEG in court over this last year. Their application was filed on December 31st, the cover of night, 2024, with an intervention deadline of February 17, 2025. That is only 6 weeks to become not just a spectator, but a party in the case, an official participant in litigation to defend your property or business. We have an amendment here that moves us to a position of proactive community transparency, much like we have been doing in my committee with property tax information, to give Marylanders a better chance to intervene in a case that directly impacts them, to protect their homes and land. We can't go back and change the past in our counties, but with this amendment, we can provide better support for our constituents in the absolute reality that we will have more power lines in Maryland's futures, and we are not focused on reliable generation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the minority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I obviously agree with some of the sentiments that were said before, but it's not a high burden just to send out certified mail to property owners and adjacent property owners for a project that has 180-foot tall power lines. So think about that. You live, 17 or 18 of the counties in Maryland are rural jurisdictions. You live in a rural area, and you find out in the news that they're building a 70-mile power line project, and these things are almost 200 feet tall. They didn't even tell you. And this is what people in Frederick and Carroll and Baltimore County experienced, and it was devastating. And the constituents, by the way, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats alike, were outraged that you could have such a massive project that no one knew about. And so I think the burden of this bill is literally a certified mail to the property owners and the adjacent owners that are impacted by the project. That's the least we can do. And that gives them an opportunity to be engaged and to participate in the process. We held a town hall, and I know everyone here is elected officials, they hold town halls. We held a town hall, 1,000 people showed up to scream and yell. Think about that. You hold a town hall, 1,000 people show up. That's the impact of these projects. And so given this early notice is very reasonable. It's an absolute not burden. For anyone that practices law in Maryland, there has to be notice for everything. You got to give notice to go to court. So to have a power line company send out some mail to affected properties, it's very inexpensive, very easy to do, and I don't think that would stop the process. What it would do is it would force the power line companies to ensure that everyone was in fact aware of the project. For those very reasonable reasons, I ask this body to move this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the floor leader, you're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess just wanted to make the point that existing law does say that there is an existing notice requirement. And if a public service company is willful or deliberate in not meeting that requirement, at that point, the public hearing or CPCN process can be invalidated. So under current law, there is already a remedy for when it's the failure to provide notice is willful or deliberate. So for that reason, as well as everything else, I would urge a red vote.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
To explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you so
Recognizing
much.
the delegate from Hartford.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our county went through something similar not that long ago, and we've also heard at our town halls in Hartford County the same exact complaint. We understand sometimes mail gets lost. But if the current system already in the law is not working, and we just heard from 2 counties that 1,000 people did not get notice, that means that cannot be an accident. So if the policy is not working, it's our duty to rewrite it so that it has got a little more teeth in it. Because this is a huge impact, and I understand if you live in a more urban area, you might not notice them changing power lines around where you are because there's a lot of tall buildings and things. But in these rural places, this is a big deal for us, you guys. So this is a great amendment, and I would urge the body to reconsider all those red votes and make them green so that we can at least make sure that folks know what's happening in their communities.
The clerk will take the call. There being 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment at the desk. Amendment number 393429/1.
Amendment number 1.
So be considered reading an amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
What this amendment does is pretty simple. The bill sets up an arrearage prevention program, and that program is ultimately administered by the Department of Human Services. So when they administer this program, they can either set up a public entity, up to 2, a public entity, or a private entity. And if they set up a private entity, that's most likely going to be a nonprofit. And Maryland has had a ton of problems with nonprofits and keeping track of them and making sure our money is actually spent efficiently. So what this amendment does is allow whatever nonprofits are selected by DHS, it forces them to comply with the PIA requirements that public entities would also be requiring to do. Seems that that would only be fair to be good stewards of the taxpayer money, and I would ask the amendment to be moved and considered to be favorable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So first of all, Delegate, I do apologize. It looks like it might be drawn to the wrong part of the bill, so I'm going to discuss what you want to discuss, but it looks like it's drawn to the part of the bill, and I hate to use this word, but that involves empower and a third-party administrator. But on the sort of consolidation of Department of Human Services, yeah, we are making a change. That's part of the bill that hasn't gotten a lot of discussion. We're looking for some administrative efficiencies by merging together a few different programs. Generally speaking, government contractors are not subject to the Maryland Public Information Act, though I really defer to your knowledge. You served on the dearly departed Health and Government Operations Committee that dealt with that issue for many years. But my understanding is that government contractors generally are not directly subject to that, but they are subject to it indirectly and subject to a lot of other oversight. So for example, if they are communicating with government officials, those emails might be subject to the Public Information Act. If they're submitting reports, that information would be subject to the Public Information Act. And of course, the contracting entity, the government entity doing the contracting, has a lot of other tools for oversight. So I will just say, especially given the confusion about what part of this bill this is drawn to, I am happy to work with you on this, but cannot accept this amendment. It's way too vague. Probably not drawn to the right place, but I think obviously you raise an issue. We want to make sure government spending is being done correctly, so I'm happy to work with you, but it's not going to be through this amendment. I'd ask the body to resist it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on those comments from the floor leader, I'll take them at his word, and I'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments to the bill or to its title?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk, 793623/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much we consider the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's turn to natural gas for a little bit on our magical mystery tour through the entertaining and fascinating world of energy policy. I look out at your faces and I can see that you're all just loving every second of this. But, you know, come on. It matters. I know one delegate right over there from Montgomery County. He loves it. He loves it very much. It's his favorite day of the year. It's like Christmas, Energy Day. Natural gas is probably the most significant short and midterm thing that America can invest in to meet its energy needs and still work towards reasonable environmental goals. I believe, as we stated earlier, that nuclear is probably a long-term very efficient solution as it continues to improve, but nuclear is not going to happen next year, 2 years from now. And what this amendment does is it creates a tax credit-based incentive excuse me, for the construction of natural gas facilities, natural gas generating facilities at abandoned or underutilized former industrial sites. These places pop up everywhere. They're in my district. Some of them may be in your district. Some of you live in very, very nice upscale suburban districts that don't have an industrial site ever. But for many of us, we live in areas that have former industrial facilities, and the factories have moved on, or the power plants have moved on, and you have a hulking gray mass of a building or several buildings that are sitting there, many of whom used to be tied into the grid because of their energy needs or their energy producing capabilities. And what do we do with them? Nothing. They just sit there. They don't make us any money. They don't promote anything for the community. They don't do anything. What do states around us do with these types of facilities? Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia. They build things in them. They build things. Maryland doesn't build things anymore. I wish that wasn't true. But Maryland doesn't build. Pennsylvania builds. Virginia builds. West Virginia builds. North Carolina, Ohio, they build. Maryland, we got a lot of office workers. That's great. Got to be honest with you. I've been an office worker my entire adult life. Nothing wrong with the office workers, but we need other things too. What the bill does is it enables localities to create a both real property and personal property tax credit to incentivize a natural gas facility to develop in a former industrial site, as I said, that's vacant or underutilized, and it requires the state to provide a 10% credit, a very small credit, but a 10% credit toward the state version or portion of the real property tax to facilitate the creation of these plants. I got news for you. We've heard it all day long. We import a significant amount of our energy. We don't make our own energy. It has been, I think, a little more than 8 years since a natural gas power plant was constructed in Maryland. 8 years. In the state of Pennsylvania, which has a Democratic governor and one of their two houses controlled by Democrats, and frankly, it's had Democratic governors for, I think, most of the last 16 years, they are building the heck out of natural gas. I don't know if you've ever heard of a place called Homer City, but Homer City, Pennsylvania used to be a coal facility. It was a very large coal facility, and it went out of business several years ago. What are they doing? They're incentivizing $4 billion to turn the Homer City former industrial plants in Pennsylvania into a massive natural gas producing facility. And what are they doing on the campus? Data and AI. The Data and AI Center will locate there because they have the natural gas power. We've been talking about this all day. Do you want things or don't you? You don't get them through magic. You have to have the power. If you want economic development for the 21st century and you want to be in the data world, you want to be in the AI world, you want to do quantum computing, you got to have the power. Pennsylvania's doing it. West Virginia's doing it. About 20 miles south of the districts of the gentleman from Washington County, $4 billion investment. $4 billion. We laugh sometimes, we shake our heads, West Virginia, it's a little tiny state, and it is, full of trees and people that eat squirrels and muskrat, and they do. I believe so, at least. They do. You won't find a bigger fan of the Maryland Terps than me. I'm not a West Virginia Mountaineer guy whatsoever. But I will tell you what, when I look at the adjoining county to Washington County, Maryland, and I hear that they're getting a $4 billion investment, private sector investment, to create additional energy and become an AI data center and quantum computing campus, and I go, well, that's not coming to Frederick County. Well, that's not coming to Washington County. It's not coming to Allegheny County. It's not coming to Carroll. It's not coming to Howard. I don't think it's coming anywhere in Maryland. Nope. It's going right over the river in West Virginia. And this happens over and over again. What the amendment does is simply makes a signal and makes a program to create some tax credit incentives like we have for lots of other industries, biotechnology, cybersecurity, research and development, to incentivize the natural gas industry, which I don't know how many of you ever talked to anybody who's in the natural gas field. If you go talk to someone who's in that field today, they're government relations people, don't mean to call them out, but let's be honest, and you say, hey, do you have any interest in bringing a facility to Maryland? Nah. Our corporate bosses would never let us bring a facility to Maryland under the current environment. Nope. Not economical. People are going to fight it tooth and nail. Not going to do it. Never going to bring it here. That's why it's been 8 years since we've done anything. That's why there's nothing under construction today. So the amendment incentivizes natural gas development as an economic development necessity for former abandoned or underutilized industrial sites. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Delegate from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, thank you to the delegate for providing the amendment, and yet again, another great amendment, of which we're doing in the bill. So, you know, in the bill, we have the PPRP, MEA, and the Department of Environment all working on a study together to study brownfields. It is on page 64 of the bill. Identify up to 50 priority energy settings suitable for new or expanded energy stations, brownfields, industrial sites, it goes on and on and on. So with that said, in addition to the idea that, just to be clear, natural gas is 5 or 6 years away, solar is much closer. So I want to make sure that I correct what that statement that was made earlier. And also, more importantly, I think that if we were to do this, it should be a bill that stands on its own because it's significant. It has a significant fiscal impact to the state. And so I would ask the body to resist this amendment, because if we did pass this amendment, I think the Chair of Appropriations and the Chair of Ways and Means would be very, very upset with me. So I would ask the body to resist this amendment. Thank you.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, and you know, I think very highly of the Chair of Appropriations and most highly of the Chair of Ways and Means. Most highly. I know which side my bread's buttered on. But what I would say, and I appreciate that, and I think that the bill does try to at least acknowledge that we have to create a better economic environment for energy facility development in Maryland because we're lacking, totally. But I would encourage you to vote for the amendment, those of you inclined to do so. And I intend certainly that, assuming the amendment fails and hope springs eternal, even in me. But assuming it does fail, I do intend to bring this back. I do intend to have this be part of the conversation. Because if we fall behind on nuclear, if we fall behind on natural gas, if we fall behind on AI, if we fall behind on data centers, if we fall behind on quantum computing, there's nowhere else for us to go. There's nowhere else for us to go unless we get serious about these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to stand up and rise to support this amendment.
Thank you very much.
I strongly support this.
Harford County.
Thank you. I strongly support this amendment. Maryland should be looking at strengthening its energy, reliability, and economic growth by offering targeted incentives that encourage businesses to invest in clean, modern natural gas plants, creating jobs while supporting a stability and a stable and efficient power supply. We need natural gas to continue to keep our lights on, and I stand strongly in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Clerk will take the call.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone entered their vote? Would anyone like to change their vote? If so,
Mr. Speaker.
Hello?
Would you like to explain your vote?
Yes, please get it right.
We'll get it right someday. All right. The clerk will take the call. With 99 votes in opposition, the amendment fails.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Cecil County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 693028-1.
Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll try to be short here because I know we've had a lot of resistors to many of these amendments. This bill deals directly with, and I'm going to use some acronyms here, BESS. BESS standing for Battery Energy Storage Systems. We've talked a lot about solar, we've talked a lot about wind, and the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. So how do we really harness the electricity that's being generated by renewables? We do that with battery storage systems. Currently, we have a few in Maryland that total up to about 12 megs, and aggregate power that they can store. And these really allow for a number of things. They allow for peak shaving, so when we have days that are extremely hot or extremely cold, there's a lot of demand on the grid. They can store power and they can deliver it quickly back to the grid. And they also, you really can't have one without the other. So if you're going to go in the direction of renewable, battery storage has to accompany it. We currently don't have enough. So how do we incentivize more? Well, currently we have the ESCC, which is the Energy Storage Capacity Credit, but it's only a few $1,000,000. What this amendment seeks to do, and I brought this up last year when we had the bill, and a gentleman was defending the bill, very contentious on solar. This exempts these projects from sales tax. Now, why is that important? Well, many of our other states that are moving in this direction have already done so. They've already exempted sales tax. These battery storage facilities are extremely expensive, all right? To make a cutting-edge, robust battery storage facility, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. They're averaging above $200 million to build these projects. And happened to have a person that I grew up with, went to college with, one of my fraternity brothers. He's in this industry, and what he has told me, overwhelmingly, the way that they target where they're going to do these projects is if they are exempt from sales tax. That's how they're making their margins. And that's, if there's a state that doesn't have this versus a state that does, guess where they're going? Guess where they're going to build? The ones that have exempted the sales tax. So I think that this is a common sense. I'd hope that it would have been a friendly amendment. But if we want to get serious about meeting our goal, which right now is 3 gigawatts by 2033, this is how we get there. This is the vehicle to do so. So in continuing with the minority leaders' drive for financial incentives and tax breaks, I think this is a common sense amendment. And with that, I'd move it. Thank you, Mr.
Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and classmate for the amendment and his support for storage. I love that all these amendments are trying to add on to the bill instead of striking things from the bill, because we did such great work in putting this bill together that you all just want to hop on the bandwagon here, which is terrific. And storage is a really important part of our energy present and our energy future. As you know, last year, we're not starting with a blank sheet of paper here. Last year, this General Assembly did great work setting up the transmission and distribution level solar procurements, which are ongoing. We have lots of people queuing up to do energy storage, so incentives might have the appropriate place, but it's not really clear that we need them right now to get more storage on our grid. We have a lot of projects that are interested in moving forward without this. I also just want to note that I, looking at this, just don't have any idea how much this costs. I did come and ask if there was a bill on this so I could maybe look at a fiscal note and maybe appeal to my friends on appropriations and Ways and Means. But since we don't know how much it costs, it's a little hard to sit here on the floor and just adopt an amendment. I think the only time I'm allowed to adopt an amendment with a blind fiscal note is if it involves WMATA. So I think for that reason and the previous stated reasons, I would ask the body to resist the amendment, even though I think the gentleman is right that storage is really important to our energy mix. So I think I'm bringing it, but would ask the body to resist the amendment.
Delegate from Cecil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think you'll see me co-sponsoring the bill, but I do appreciate the work of the committee. Ultimately, we're all here to do the same thing, and that is lower utility bills for our constituents. So anything that moves in that direction, I'm supportive of. Just thought this was a common sense measure. And keep in mind, these are dollars that we don't have in hand right now. These are for future projects. It would just waive the need for sales tax. So that's why I'm going to strenuously press this amendment and hope that you'll put up a green vote. With that, I'll move the amendment.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Let's have it. Call the roll.
Mr. Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Would anyone like to change their vote? The clerk will take the call. With 100 votes in the negative and 31 votes in the affirmative, the amendment fails. The delegate from Frederick and Carroll County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 603022/1.
Amendment number 1.
So this amendment would take the 30% of the C funds that is currently in the bill directed to transportation-related emissions, such as EV chargers, infrastructure, and electric bus deployment, detailed on page 95 of the amendment number 2. Instead, this amendment would redirect that money toward ratepayer relief in the form of a bill credit. I really think we need to do much better to provide more rate relief than what is spelled out in this revised bill. I live in Carroll County in Westminster. Neighboring Hanover, Pennsylvania, when you look at the cost of energy and the amount that our bills have gone up, the average bill from Met Ed in York County, Pennsylvania, right not 6 miles from my house, is $129.65. Mine personally has averaged $3.63. And I've heard, and I know we all have heard, of even higher bills throughout the state. And so I think that while it's not a bad goal, and I'm not necessarily against electric cars or buses for that matter, but the truth is what we're dealing with right now with the grid and with all of the energy strains we are putting on everything, we know that solar and wind are not enough. It's causing transmission projects to come in, bringing power from out of state into Maryland to supplement that. So now we're an importer of energy. If we have less electric buses and cars, for now, it's less drain on the grid. The time of charging on cars can average between 30 minutes up to 2 hours. That's according to Consumer Reports. A bus can take 2 to 6 hours, and it results in about 90 miles of use. A lot of things impact these charging needs. So the charging, of course, is drawing on the grid. Every hour a car or bus is charging affects that grid. The IAEA stated that the impact of EV chargers on the grid is significant and will result in strains on local grids, especially during peak hours. If EV use grows by 30% each year, by 2030, this will result in a substantial burden on generation of energy and the grid overall. They additionally pointed out that local stress on networks with increased use will cause voltage drops, transformer overloads, and increased wear on the grid. Mitigation of this problem would impact utilities, which of course would then add more cost to our bills. And then let's look at buses. We've already tried the bus plan. Montgomery County has already done this, and there was just an article in the Washington Post on the 10th of March. They are already having trouble in Montgomery County, the school system, in the implementation and deployment of electric buses. After this experience was tried, the officials are now looking for bids to purchase 140 combustible engine buses, along with 45 buses that will be able to transport those with special needs. And these will have combustible engines and are not able to use the electric buses that were already purchased. The spokesman for the Montgomery County Schools was quoted saying, "Current electric bus technology is not fully capable of meeting all of our transportation demands." A lot of the problems that they have suffered is cold weather. I mean, cold weather is always going to be with us, so that's always going to be an issue. It results in poor performance and a 40% loss in range, which would then result in more using of the EV charging stations. Long routes have been a problem in transporting students. Field trips have been a problem. Midday services have been a problem. And these are all charging exceeding capacity. It's a great goal to electrify buses for schools and even other bus fleets, but we should learn from this costly mistake and do it the right way, in a way that doesn't cause more harm to everyone's bill in the state of Maryland. Every bus or car, again, that is not electric is not drawing from the grid. It helps us with our issues today and now. We need to make decisions that benefit the ratepayers, and we need to let's learn the lesson of decisions that are sometimes made out of ideology, and remember that we're not developing energy policy for the country. For those reasons, I ask that you support this amendment. Thank you.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for providing the amendment. It does give us a chance to talk about a part of the bill that hasn't gotten a lot of attention, which is how we want to continue to use the Strategic Energy Investment Fund for its stated purpose. As one of my colleagues explained earlier, the CEF, as it's informally called, is made up of alternative compliance payments and then proceeds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI. Within RGGI, 70% of the proceeds go directly to low-income energy assistance. 10% goes to Maryland Energy Administration costs, like their admin costs, and then 20% goes to clean energy. So the figure we're talking about here is part of that 20%. So the part you want to strike is not of the entire CEF. Just want to give that context to everybody. So it's still a lot of money to most of us in this room, and if it's not a lot of money to you, I'd love to meet you and spend more time with you. But it's 30% of that 20%. It's not 30% of the entire CEF. But the reason we think it's important to target some money towards transportation-related emissions is because the transportation sector is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases. Now, some of you don't care about that, but alongside the greenhouse gases are other pollutants that do have pretty direct local impacts, and so we want to make sure we're addressing those as well. Now, the language in the bill refers to charging, it refers to school buses, but it's not limited to those things. So it's not sure that a single dollar will go to those particular things that you raised a concern about. What it has to go to is things that help us deal with transportation-related emissions. Those are two, good things it could go to. I know many of our municipal bus fleets are also looking at electrification or other types of alternative energy, hydrogen, things like that. And so those are opportunities under this bill as well. But we think it's important to continue some investment in reducing emissions and other pollutants from transportation. And for that reason, I'd ask the body to oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Delegate for Carroll and Frederick.
I thank you to the floor leader and chair of the committee. I think that, obviously emissions, I don't think anybody wants dirty air in this room. I think that what we're dealing with is sometimes a rush to fulfill ideology in the emissions problem in a way that is happening so quickly that we're not learning mistakes from things that maybe we're rushing. What does need to be rushed right now is relief for our ratepayers. We have a lot of people suffering under lots of increased costs, and utility bills are one of the biggest ones. We all hear it, we all get the emails, we all get the notifications and the calls. So I would just ask that you would consider this one small aspect to go toward ratepayer relief, and that would add to what I think is just not enough, which is $150 a year, and add a little bit more of relief to our folks and families paying these bills. Thank you.
Chair of the committee.
Thank you, and again, I thank my colleague. I just want to point out, so what we're probably talking about in the year one is $30 million. Right? Now, to give every Marylander, and it's actually every Marylander who's not behind a master meter, a $40 a year rebate costs about $100 million. So it's a relatively small amount of money in terms of rebate. But I appreciate that you recognize that every little bit helps. So I hope when we're in third reader debate on this bill and we're talking about provisions like HB1 and talking about how much they contribute, or the Empower changes and how much they contribute, we all remember how we vote on this amendment and whether or not we thought it was worth moving this money in this way. You're right, every little bit helps. What also helps is making sure we are spending some investment, not all, but some investment, on trying to reduce emissions from this sector. And for that reason, I'd ask the body to resist this amendment.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. I beg your pardon. The noes have it. Asking for a roll call. Clerk will take the call.
Mr. Speaker?
Has everyone cast their vote? Would anyone like to change their votes? The clerk will take the call. With 98 votes in the negative, 37 votes in the affirmative, the amendment fails. The delegate from Harford and Cecil counties.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment desk. Amendment 403-924-1.
Amendment number 1.
This amendment seeks to prohibit state and local government from prohibiting the purchase of various consumer goods based upon their energy source. Mainly talking about things we're seeing across the state where different jurisdictions are passing laws prohibiting leaf blowers. And we can see that going, spreading across the state, and we can see that starting to leak into potentially other types of consumer goods. Now, I know we've been here for a while, and I'm not going to sit here and blow a lot of hot air. Nothing? All right, God, tough crowd. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Moving on.
And I've brought a lot of science to talk about how little impact prohibiting leaf blowers in the state of Maryland has on not only the state's carbon footprint, but our national carbon footprint. But I don't want to bore you with that number, especially science coming from me. So I'm just going to simply say, the entire energy crisis comes down to one thing: supply and demand. And the more we force electrification from buildings to cars to leaf blowers and on, we suck more and more power from the grid, raising the costs for Maryland families and creating more and more of a crisis. And we keep talking about a little thing here, a little thing there, 10 cents here, 80 cents here, $2 here, $12 there, right? All these little things start to add up to cost savings according to this bill. Well, all the little things we do to take pressure off the grid in the exact same manner also slowly reduces rates. If we were to undo and pass this bill, or pass this amendment, and prevent forced electrification of leaf blowers alone, it would restore the power for a year for 1,000 homes in the state of Maryland. That's what it would do. That would be the net effect if we were able to prohibit local jurisdictions from doing this. So again, this is about trying to save a little bit more money for Marylanders, do that a little bit more, take a little more pressure off the grid, and continue to move Maryland back into a energy independent state. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the amendment.
Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for getting us a copy of the amendment, and I also thank the colleague right next to you who had this bill in our committee. Honorary member of the committee had this bill, so appreciate you two working so collaboratively together. I'd ask the body to resist the amendment. So first of all, it's not just limited to the leaf blowers. I will say about leaf blowers, local jurisdictions may have other motivations besides the fuel source to put limits on those leaf blowers. They are quite noisy and quite loud and quite disturbing in some of our neighborhoods, and so that is why some jurisdictions have tried to make a decision to remove them. And I'm not sure that they'd still be allowed to do that for other reasons under this amendment. But of course, the amendment's also much broader, as your seatmate will tell you, than just leaf blowers. It applies to things like automobiles, where we are part of something called California Clean Cars. It's in a little bit of a flux, but we do generally follow California when it comes to the emissions from our motor vehicles, and I think this could have really broad effects on that, which is another program we've had that's been pretty successful in reducing pollution in our state. So for those reasons, I'd ask the body to resist the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Delegate from Hartford.
Thank you so much. I was listening to the amendment being presented, and I thought, my goodness, this does sound so familiar. I was just going to check with the chair to see if his unofficial member of his committee had actually submitted a bill just like it. All I have to say is imitation is the greatest form of flattery, so I will be agreeing on this wonderful amendment on this St. Patrick's Day.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Clerk will take the call.
Mr. Speaker.
Has everyone cast their vote? Would anyone like to change their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call. Hopefully. With 98 votes in the negative and 36 votes in the affirmative, the amendment fails.
Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. It is my last amendment of the day. Everyone can cheer accordingly. And say, I didn't say the last. I said my last. 423827/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendment.
It's ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To probably conclude at least the natural gas portion of today's wonderful presentations, this bill, or this amendment, actually reflects a bill that in fact has been filed before the General Assembly this year that deals with a technical issue called line extension allowances. I'm going to start off by telling you this about natural gas. Natural gas is estimated to be 2 to 3.5 times cheaper for the average customer than electric. Affordability, my friend from Baltimore County, affordability. Natural gas is cheaper than electric for a variety of reasons, too complicated for me to understand or certainly for my ability to explain to you. But please trust me and believe me, according to every reliable source from the Google machines, natural gas is cheaper for your constituents than what electric is. So if you want to eliminate natural gas, ipso facto, you are raising the prices for your consumers. What the amendment does is, in the history of Maryland, there are things called line extension allowances. You build a development, or you build a shopping center, or you build a community, and at some point in time, 1965, 1985, 2005, the natural development, it stops, it ends right there. And then somebody comes along 2 years later, 5 years later, 20 years later and says, I've acquired the land and I want to extend this development, I want to extend this community, I want to extend this shopping center, so to speak, half a mile, 3 miles down the road. And everybody approves it. It's approved by zoning, it's approved by your localities, it's got stormwater, it's all approved, but they got to have power. And there's a gas line that runs to what used to be there, to the neighborhood where you live, you get gas. The place where you go to the market, you get gas. But a mile or two down the road, when those new people want to move in, build that housing, they got to have power. And so they go to the gas company and they say, hey, we'd like for you to extend your gas line to my community so that I can grow, so that we can get more taxes, so that we have more places for people to live. And in the history of the Public Service Commission until last year, the Public Service Commission allowed a process, a formula, where the gas companies and the electric companies, if you wanted electric, could come in and say, hey, this is how much it's going to cost me to do it, but I don't have to charge you that all up front, because extending my service to you over the length of your use is going to make money back. It's going to be built in to my economic model, because now I have more customers. So I'm not charging you 100% of the money to put that gas line through, or the electric line, because I'm going to make money long term, because I'm adding more people, more business to Maryland. Last year, the Public Service Commission said, we're not going to do that for natural gas. We're going to do it for electric, which costs more money. So line extension allowances for electric would still be allowed, but they wouldn't be allowed for natural gas. What's the real world impact of that? Well, the real world impact of that is in a place like Hagerstown, Maryland, where someone comes in and says, I want to create 72 new single-family homes adjacent to existing development, not out in the middle of the woods. Hagerstown is a urban, suburban community. 72 new places. We all need new housing, right? Without the line extension allowance that the Public Service Commission is now saying through a regulation we're not going to let you get, the developer would need to make an upfront payment of approximately $683,000. They'd have to pay $683,000 on top of what it costs. So again, for those of you that have been in business, the real world of business, what does that developer say? Not coming. Not coming. Forget about it. Not going to do it. My folks don't want electric. I'm not going to do the electric line extension. There's a gas line right there. But now the power company's being told they have to charge me almost $700,000 extra. Can't build that into the cost of my homes on top of everything else. Where am I going to go? If you're familiar with a lot of western and central Maryland, once you get to sort of Carroll West, we're real close to other states. Real close. Where are you going to go? You're going to go to West Virginia. You're going to go to Pennsylvania. And then the people who might have moved to Washington County, Maryland, and said, I'm going to live here. I like it here. My job's here. My future's here. My kids are going to go to school here, thereby generating more money through our various formulas. I'm not going to go. I'm going to go to another state because it's cheaper. All the amendment does is it says that the PSC has to keep up their traditional policy that they've had for decades upon decades upon decades of allowing natural gas companies to not be the redheaded stepchild of Maryland's energy portfolio, allowing natural gas companies to do what they've been doing in 2023 and 2024 and 2000 and 1975, and using a formula for line extension allowances to permit the expansion of natural gas, which again is 2 to 3.5 times cheaper for all of your constituents and all of our small businesses than electric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the amendment.
Delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the forwarding of this amendment by the minority leader in advance. However, I would ask the body to resist it. This amendment gets out in front of a proceeding that's currently before the Public Service Commission, proceeding 91683, which is looking at this precise issue. And as the good delegate said, under the current system, the cost of pipeline extension is socialized, which means that everyone who's got gas pays a certain percentage of the cost of a new extension. It's not just the person who's requesting it, but everyone. And so the PSC is looking at whether this should be allowed to continue, because obviously it is, when all these costs are spread out to gas ratepayers, they are considerable. The whole point of this bill, HB 1532, is to reduce costs for the ratepayer. This amendment would force the continued socialization of gas pipeline expenses, which is against the policy that's sort of the premise for the bill. I will say also that the Office of People's Counsel last year estimated that if gas line extension allowances are eliminated for 2026, that BG&E customers would be spared from paying more than $1 billion in gas utility capital expenditures on system expansion through 2035, and thereby avoid rate increases totaling $620 million over the next 10 years. These are potentially very considerable savings. But the bottom line, again, this issue's before the Public Service Commission. They are the expert agency on these issues. We should defer to them and not preempt them through this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognizing the minority leader.
You switched up on me briefly, Madam Speaker.
We're
He
trying
called
to
you Mr.
confuse
Speaker.
you.
He got you in mid-movement there. Thank you. What
You're
I would
welcome.
say to the response of my friend from Baltimore County is that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that if these things socialize it and drive up everybody's rates and it's so terrible, why is gas 3 times cheaper? And why are we still doing it with electric? Because your common sense, your God-given logic would say, well, if we socialize all the cost of the line extension, then we're socializing all the cost of the electric line extension. But that's not what the PSC is challenging. The Office of the People's Counsel, that used to be an entity solely directed to reduce rates, several years ago, this legislature changed their ambit and suggested what else are they supposed to do? They're supposed to push green energy policies. They're supposed to take green energy into account as opposed to just fighting for ratepayers to reduce rates. And that is what is at the heart and soul of this entire episode, is we're going to make it impossible for the extension of natural gas because we don't like natural gas. We want electric. And my friend from Cecil County, he is a genius about a very, very, very few amount of things. But he's very smart about this when he says, ultimately, at the end of the day, if you want everything to be on electric, then you have to have electric generating facilities. And if you don't want there to be any electric generating facilities, then you have to import all of your electricity. And after you import all of your electricity, it costs more money, which is the exact opposite of the word that we all learned as children, affordability. It all works together. It is not going to cost natural gas customers more money to allow new customers to come into the grid and pay those bills. You will have more customers paying for the overall cost. In the short term, it costs something, $683,000 to extend that line, but when you have more customers on the system over the length of time, they have to pay less for the system maintenance. More people, math, have a smaller share of the same pie. And that's why the PSC has allowed this forever. If you're saying, well, gee, we never should have allowed this, it cost everybody too much money, then why did we do it forever? And why are we still willing to do it for electric? Something else is going on here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move the amendment.
Recognizing the floor leader. Actually, I did promise the gentleman from Baltimore County. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
I wanted
welcome.
to stand very quickly and say why I'm going to support this vote. So we actually spread the cost, and I've learned this as a member of the Environment and Transportation Committee, we always, or most always, spread rates across ratepayers. It's a matter of growing infrastructure throughout the state. But the bigger point, I think the point at the heart of the amendment here is that the Office of the People's Counsel has gone to the Public Services Commission and asked them to unilaterally ban the connection of all new natural gas. And as our committee has talked about this issue throughout the session, we've always heard we need an all-of-the-above solution. We want all new forms of energy to help drive down costs. We need that. And what we're doing here is we're actually deferring a massive policy question to the Public Services Commission and saying we will have no more natural gas to consumers anywhere in the state. So I think this is a very small amendment, but I actually think it's really important, because if we want an all-of-the-above solution, we may need to make sure that that decision stays here with the members of this floor, and we don't allow an unelected bureaucracy to make such a huge policy decision. That's why I'll be agreeing today.
Recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I do want to correct something that was just said. The issue before the Public Service Commission is not whether to ban natural gas extensions. It's just who pays for them. Should the customer, the ratepayer, pay for them, or should everyone who's on natural gas pay for the extension? The Public Service Commission decision, regardless of how it comes out, will not result in any banning of natural gas extensions. They will still continue. And if assuming that the facts that the minority leader says about the relative cost, say for heat, of natural gas versus electric is correct, then the cost of adding a natural gas line extension should be affordable, factoring in operating costs as well as capital costs. And finally, everyone needs electric. That is a good policy reason behind our policy with respect to the cost of electric extensions. But in contrast, not everyone needs natural gas. Thank you.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call. There being 96 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Recognizing the gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I have an amendment at the desk. It's number 113421/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this amendment is very straightforward. It effectively gets rid of all taxes, hidden and unhidden. All taxes. Not one tax, not this special interest, but all the taxes that have accumulated over the years that we don't see in our bills, as well as those that we do see. And some of those, of course, certainly not all, the renewable energy portfolio requirements, offshore wind, Empower, environmental surcharge, electrical universal surcharge, the franchise tax, gross receipts tax, which is one and the same, RGGI. Folks, we have such a Byzantine system in the state of Maryland. It's so complicated. It's so incredibly, absurdly complicated, the system, that no one really understands their electricity bill. But you know what they would understand is if we pass this amendment, Madam Speaker, the citizens of Maryland would save about 30% on their electricity bill. 30%. All of these hidden taxes that you see and don't see equal approximately 30%. That's a massive amount of money for the ratepayers, for the middle class, for the poor, for everyone, quite frankly. And so rather than picking and choosing, we're just getting rid of them all. And just to give you an idea of how complicated this system has become, created by this General Assembly, the bill drafter is like, wow, that's going to be really hard to do. It's so absurdly complicated what this General Assembly has created in terms of incentives and picking and choosing winners and losers that it's going to take them a while to draft it. And yeah, it's about 30%. We've looked into this, and it's remarkable how much money we could save. So but for any other changes to this bill, let's just do this. Let's just get rid of all these taxes. And then I would have to ask the question, why are we taxing electricity anyway? Like, what was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of it? To choose certain preferred industries and then give them the money of the ratepayers who can't afford it, their electricity bills to begin with? What was the purpose? And it just doesn't make sense. So, Madam Speaker, for once and for all, a green vote up here will mean that you want to get rid of all taxes on people's bills and save ratepayers 30% on their bills. A green vote means you want to save 30%. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move the amendment.
You're welcome. I will now recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Calvert for getting us the amendment. You know, you're lamenting how complicated it is. It's complicated. Energy is complicated. You know that because you've spent a lot of time working on this issue. Your amendment does nothing about data centers, which is definitely part of the energy mixture, as you know from other amendments. So there is no one simple solution. But it is true that you have crafted an amendment that would kill a lot of programs. And not everyone in this chamber likes those programs or what that money's going for. The question is, why would we do these taxes? Why would we do these fees? It's because a lot of us think the things they invest in are important. Right? So of course, many of them are not direct taxes and fees, and we don't need to get into semantics argument about what's a tax, what's a fee, what's a non-bypassable surcharge. Ultimately, our ratepayers are asked to pay a lot, but a lot of that is for positive things. Many of us want to see more investments in renewables. Many of us want to see more investment in energy efficiency. Some of you may not, but some of us think that that is important. Now, in addition, though, to striking things you really don't like, the amendment strikes something you probably do. Now, it has a funny name. It's something like environmental trust fund, so you probably think it's really all dark and evil. But the environmental trust fund is the fee that pays for our power plant research program, which is what reviews prospective power plants from whatever their energy source is, whether it's, you know, natural gas, coal, petroleum, sunlight, wind, whatever. The power plant research program has to review that to make sure it can go onto the grid and doesn't cause other environmental issues. And you are striking the funding for that program, so they would not be able to do that work. So this amendment is far too broad. It gets rid of programs that I think, if you really look at it, at least one program that everybody in this chamber would probably support. And for that reason, I would ask the body to oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just
You're
say
welcome.
it to support this amendment. Here's the question. Do we want to give 30% back to our ratepayers, or do we want to continue to invest in some of these programs? I think that if you took it to the ratepayers who are paying these electric bills, you're going to get almost a unanimous, I want the 30%, because they're getting crushed right now. So what he told you, the bottom line is, when you look at your electric bill, 30% of it is policy. 70% is actually the power. Let's give them the 30% back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? The clerk will take the call.
To explain my vote.
Sorry about that. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill as to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third reading. I want to take a minute to thank...
Madam Speaker.
1 second. I just want to take a minute to thank everyone on both sides for a respectable, very civil debate, and I really appreciate it, and for the respect. And this was all in honor of the birthday person from Anne Arundel County. All right, recognizing the lady from Prince George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honor of the birthday guy, my finger did not work properly, and I accidentally voted in the yay for amendment number 7663293. I would like to be in the nay. I'm sorry, for the birthday guy.
Will you be so kind and bring your yellow slip, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam
Any other vote changes? All right. We are now going to the report on the Committee on Economic Matters. This is report number 10, if you're looking it up on your system. And the clerk will read the bill and the committee it's referred to.
House Bill 1616, Mutual Insurance Holding Companies, Conversion to Mutual Insurers, referred to Judiciary.
Introduction of bond initiative after the 55th day.
Can you get that up for me?
I would like to recognize the sponsor, please. Baltimore City, District 45. Baltimore City, District 45 is regarding Lakewood Elementary School playground. And the question is, shall the bond initiative be introduced? Tell us why it's late.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm blaming this on my senator.
Okay. Shall the bond initiative be introduced? It requires 94 votes. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk would take the call. There being 129 votes in the affirmative, the bond initiative will be introduced. The clerk will read the bond initiative and the committee assignment.
Introductory House Bond Initiative number 68, March 16, 2026, referred to Appropriations.
All right, that ends the work at the desk. Committee announcement, appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will vote immediately after session, right after session. Thank you.
Economic Matters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Economic Matters will not be meeting, but listen out for a subcommittee.
Environment and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Environment and Transportation Committee will not be meeting, but listen up for subcommittees.
Government, Labor, and Elections.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GLE will meet at 1:35.
Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Health Committee will meet at 3 p.m. for bill hearings. Please listen for subcommittee announcements.
Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Judiciary will be meeting at 2:15 for voting session.
Ways and Means.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The
welcome.
Ways and Means Committee will meet at 2:15 for bill hearings and will vote immediately after.
Subcommittee announcements. Recognizing the gentleman starting to my right from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Housing and Real Property Subcommittee was scheduled to meet after floor. We're going to meet after floor. I believe there's a second session for today, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be meeting after floor after the second session. Thank you.
All right. The lady from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Estates and Trust Subcommittee will try to
listen.
We'll try to meet after the
Thank
judiciary
you so
voting
much.
session. So please pay attention to your email and text. Thank you.
Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Natural Resources Subcommittee will meet at 1:30 on Zoom.
I'm going to go this way, then come this way. Montgomery County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Non-Energy Utilities Committee will meet 10 minutes after the end of the Natural Resources meeting. Thank you.
Montgomery County, the lady from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Banking, Commercial Law, and Consumer Protection Subcommittee will meet 15 minutes after we get off the floor via Zoom.
The gentleman from Montgomery County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Energy Subcommittee will meet in coordination after all the other committees.
Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Motor Vehicle and Transportation Subcommittee will meet after non-utility energy. Please watch your emails and texts.
Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations, Transportation, and Environment Committee will meet directly after voting in appropriations.
Vice Chair of Government, Labor, and Elections.
The Government Operations and Ethics Subcommittee will meet after bill hearings.
Subcommittee Chair on Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Public Health Minority Health Disparities Subcommittee of Health will meet 20 minutes after floor on Zoom.
Judiciary Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a correction, please. We will be meeting with subcommittee chairs and leadership at 30 minutes after the floor, and then voting will begin at 3:15. Thank you.
You're welcome. Coming to the middle here, the Vice Chair of the Health Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Insurance Subcommittee will be meeting 20 minutes after the floor on Zoom. Thank you.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore City.
The Health Occupation Subcommittee will meet after the full committee hearings.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Civil Law Subcommittee, given the late hour, will not be meeting today.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County in the front.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The K-12 Education Subcommittee of Ways and Means will meet at 4 o'clock or after the voting and leadership meeting, whichever comes first. Watch your text.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County in the middle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Land Use and Zoning Subcommittee will be meeting immediately after Banking Subcommittee in person. Thank you.
Any other subcommittee announcements? Seeing none. Delegation announcements. Seeing none. Any caucus announcements? Recognizing the chair of the Democratic Caucus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, the House Democratic Caucus will be meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 150. Thank you.
Recognizing the chair of the Veteran Caucus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Veterans Caucus will be meeting tomorrow morning at 08 in room 50, and we will have nonprofits from across the state that support veterans. So everybody's welcome.
Any other caucus announcements? Recognizing the chair of the Maryland Legislative Latino Caucus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, our next installment of Cafe Con Amigo will be tomorrow morning on Zoom at 8 a.m. Check your emails. And then also currently going on right now with CASA and partners from the Black Caucus is a briefing on the Maryland Trust Act. It already started, but you are welcome to come in room 180.
Any other caucus announcements? Hearing none. Personal guest announcements. Recognizing the delegate from Carroll County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Permission to use delegate's name?
Permission granted.
On behalf of Delegate Tomlinson and myself here on the floor, we would like to wish our Carroll County buddy, Josh Stanko, a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Recognizing the delegate from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know you've mentioned this twice, but permission to use delegate's name?
Permission granted.
I'd like to give a warm birthday to the freedom-fighting, cigar-smoking Marine delegate, Seth Howard.
Happy birthday. Any other personal or guest announcement? Recognizing the delegate from Prince George's in Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I am proud to introduce my godson, Jonathan Jordan, who's back again with me this session, shadowing during his spring break. He's a 15-year-old sophomore from Cheverly who attends the Potomac School in McLean, Virginia, maintaining a 3.8 GPA and is an all-state football standout and national track competitor. Jonathan, stand up and just wave. Thank you.
Welcome, Jonathan. Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our own UMBC won the America East Conference on Saturday, and they're playing tonight. Now, I know they have another local favorite they're playing against, but not for me. Go Retrievers, beat the Bison. Here we go.
Congratulations. Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
You asked the House to help us welcome a constituent of mine, Nathaniel Yeshuva, who's up in the gallery in the
welcome.
Above the speaker.
Recognizing the majority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, you know, tonight the champions of that game are going to be Howard University Bison, the the champions of the MEAC conference. And so I just ask you guys to join me in congratulating them early. Thank you.
Congratulations. Recognizing the delegate from Prince George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I just want to take a moment to brag on one of my interns. I'm blessed to have like the best interns, and this young lady just got into Duke, Columbia, NYU, and a series of other policy and law schools, first gen, and she decided to attend Brown University.
Congratulations, big accomplishment. We're so proud of you. Any other personal guest announcement? Recognizing the delegate from Howard County.
Colleagues, on St. Patrick's Day, the Irish flag will be at the base of the State House steps immediately after session. If you would, A, like to have your picture on the State House steps, and B, if you would like to participate in the parade with Irish music back to the House Office Building.
All right. Any other personal guest announcement? Recognizing the delegate from Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want the body welcome my daughter Eileen Wu is in the house, and have an intern Anila Ji. She's working with us as well. Thank you.
Welcome. Great to have you. Any other personal delegate from Prince George's?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It is not a personal announcement, but I do have to reread my amendment change, if that's okay.
Let me think. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The amendment I would like to be changed from yay to nay is 663-523-1 for Bill HB 1532.
What do you want to change it to?
Change it to red, no, for the birthday guy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other personal guest announcement? Any other announcements? Recognizing the chair of Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, the Speaker Society is coming up, and the deadline to RSVP is this Friday. So make sure, I know you all still have your beautiful flyers, make sure that you RSVP by this Friday. The location is going to be in rooms 170 and 180 in the House Office Building, House of Delegates building, and it's at 12 o'clock on March 26th. Be there or be square. Thank you.
All right. So we have no other personal announcement, but we do have the pages today because we were not here yesterday, so we are going to say hello today, and I'm going to recognize the protocol chair.
All right. Come on down, you sunshines. Boy, they've been busy today. Come on. Come on down. I got to do this quick, okay? Well, some of y'all should know how to do it. And when I call your name, I want you to step up and wave to you wonderful delegates here. Okay, you ready? Here we go. OPME, IDME, Baltimore City, District 35, Mercy High School. Mark Anthony, Prince George's County, District 24, Bowie High School. Allison Agettis, Montgomery County, District 19, Wheaton High School. Alexander Fisher, Hartford County, District 35A, Fulton High School. Mark Gambier, Howard County, District 9A, River Hill High School. Milan Lee, Baltimore County, District 10, Garrison Forks High School. Now, Morris at Large, Montgomery County, District 39, Home School. And finally, Real Train, Rochester County, District 38C, Stephen Decatur High School. Thank you. Worcester? Worcester. Okay, I'm gonna get it right next time around. Okay, listen, thank you all. I guess we might be, I'm not sure, coming back in the second half. But you know what? Y'all did a great job the first half. Okay? So thank y'all. And I know everybody in here, thank you, because y'all was working up and down these aisles. Thank you very much. And y'all go get you some lunch.
Thank you so much for your work and for helping us. We really appreciate you, okay? So before current call, I want you to listen to, please, to the time that we're returning tonight. This whole week is going to be that way, and I appreciate your flexibility. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker?
Anyone in the back? All right. Has everyone recorded their presence? The clerk will take the call. There being 136 members present, the House is still in session. Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I move that the House stand adjourned until Tuesday, March 17th at 5 o'clock p.m., legislative date March 3rd, and the chambers will be secured.
5 p.m. Thank you so much. House is adjourned.